Chapter 2796, Endless Lightning Prison. Chapter 2796, Endless Lightning Prison. The Tao tribulation pressure grew stronger and stronger, akin to the apocalypse. The powerhouses above the surface of the sea were all akin to facing a great enemy, in a constant state of anxiety. If it was an ordinary Tao tribulation, then forget it. Yet the power of each of their Tao tribulation increased by a lot. 3 laws became 5 laws, 5 laws became 7 laws, and 7 laws even became 8 and 9 laws. When Yi Yuan saw this kind of chain reaction, he could not help but be stunned. Consider yourself ruthless. Your father isn't playing with you anymore. Goodbye. One of the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could not withstand this terrifying to the extreme pressure and immediately left. Boom! An electric snake directly fell, seemingly from above his head. That person did not even let out a scream and kicked the bucket. He could not run. Everyone's faces turned pale, having looks of despair. Brat, who is surnamed Yi, I'm going to kill you. Mine is 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Qian Kuei bellowed, as if feeling a great terror. 99 became 1 calamity, 81 power of rules. 3 calamities Tao tribulation. That was 399 Tao tribulations. It did not sound like much, but 99 turning into 1 calamity, this was a qualitative improvement. The Tao tribulation's power would also increase significantly. This calamity Tao tribulation was exclusive to true sovereign heaven powerhouses. However, in reality, many true sovereign heaven powerhouses were not qualified to reach a calamity Tao tribulation. The first time many true sovereign heaven powerhouse transcended their tribulation, it was also merely 7-9 Tao tribulation or 8-9 Tao tribulation. 9-9 Tao tribulations were very few, but once it reached 9-9 Tao tribulation, it would also be a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. That was dangerous. What Sovereign Qian Kuei transcended before was a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. He barely managed to succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Logically speaking, this 4th Tao tribulation should be a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. But this time, it directly became a 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Huge crisis. Too terrifying. He was not even sure about a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. 3 calamity Tao tribulation, wasn't he dead for sure? Yi Yuan grinned and said, Lord Sovereign, don't be angry. Once you get angry, the Tao tribulation will come down immediately. I warned you before. When Qian Kuei heard that, he could not help but suffocate. Yeah, Yi Yuan warned previously not to make a move against him. But why would he take the words of a measly little lower saint, Sovereign Heaven, to heart? It was merely a slap. Was there a need? But it was this slap that caused a problem. It caused a big problem. S-H-I plus T, mine is a 3 calamity Tao tribulation too. D-A-M, and me too. F. You, King Brat, you harmed this sovereign to death. The other 3 great true sovereign heavens also started screaming wildly. At this very moment, they had already cussed out Yi Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. But it was useless. Among the 3 of them, some had just transcended a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. Originally, transcending tribulation, this sort of thing had nothing to do with them. But who knew that Yi Yuan's tribulation was like a small flame? The small flame ignited Qian Kuei this big flame. The big flame burned bigger and bigger, igniting all of them. With this, it exploded. At this very moment, one should not look at how Yi Yuan was calm. His scalp was also tingling currently. His Tao tribulation that came was not a 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was a 6-9 Tao tribulation. Did this all freaking skipped? 6-9 Tao tribulation. It was virtually the pinnacle of grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, because if it went a step further, it would be 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation. That was the tribulation of true sovereign heaven powerhouses. 6-9 Tao tribulation to deal with a lower saint sovereign heaven. It must be said that heavenly Tao thought highly of him. Ha ha! Boy, you're 6-9 Tao tribulation. You're dead for sure. Dead for sure. Sovereign Qian Kuei felt the strongest response with Yi Yuan. He could not help bursting out laughing when he sensed Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation. This guy bit off his own head. 6-9 Tao tribulation, the pinnacle of Saint Sovereign Heaven. This punk definitely could not overcome it. Seeing Yi Yuan die miserably under the Tao tribulation, he was very happy. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "When I just broke through Saint Sovereign Heaven, I directly transcended a 9-law Tao tribulation. Then, on the day I became a divergent cultivator, I transcended a 3-9 Tao tribulation. This time, I originally planned to transcend a 5-9 Tao tribulation. Now that I'm transcending a 6-9 Tao tribulation, what are you all excited about? Fighting with heaven is so much fun." Qian Kuei, Hollow Dark, was this fellow still human? They knew that Yi Yuan was monstrous, but did not know that he was monstrous until it reached this level, broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven, and immediately transcended tribulation, transcended 3-9 Tao tribulation on that day. 3-9 Tao tribulation, that was Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, all right? No wonder this boy was so monstrous, turning the entire sea upside down. At this time, above the void. How was there any void? The tribulation clouds were exactly almost above their heads. Looking from a distance, the sea had practically connected into one stretch with the tribulation clouds. Following that, an extremely spectacular scene appeared. A series of electric snakes of different thicknesses descended from the sky and slowly fell. Yes, it was not fast, but it gave people a misconception that the world was seemingly going to be destroyed. Looking from a distance, that stretch of ocean looked like an endless lightning prison. The life forms in the lightning prison were currently receiving the baptism of terrifying rules. Under the tribulation clouds, everyone's expressions changed wildly. Strong. Too strong. This feeling of awaiting death was really sour. Goodness, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. Yi Yuan, you heavenly. Ned, you caused people great harm. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Yang Qing's arms and legs waved around as he cried out strangely over and over again. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was really a living treasure. What Yang Qing was transcending was 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was also very dangerous to him. However, Yi Yuan felt that there should not be a problem for him to overcome it. While talking, the Tao tribulation fell. The Tao sword shone brightly between Yi Yuan's brows. Swuz. H. Plus the Tao sword flew out, pointing straight at the firmament. Yi Yuan held the Tao sword in his hand, his entire body and mind pouring into the Tao sword. Going against Tao, one would have to draw their sword and point at heaven. From then on, he would no longer rely on external forces to transcend tribulations, but only by relying on himself. He was fearless and not afraid. Everyone was doing their best, resisting the Tao tribulation. The entire world was quiet. Yes, it was the calm before the storm. Only one figure faced those countless Tao tribulations and rose to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the surface of the sea burst apart. Tsunamis instantly swept up. Ark, ark, ark. Miserable screams rose and ebbed. When the first round of Tao tribulation fell, Many people immediately turned to ashes. The Tao tribulation was too strong. Qian Kuei gave a fled groan, his entire person suddenly slumping a lot. The power of the three calamity Tao tribulation directly caused him to be seriously injured. There was none among the other three great, true sovereign heavens who was not like this. Yi Yuan's entire person was blasted into the sea. The power of the 6-9 Tao tribulation was too terrifying. What was the most powerful thing in this world? Great Tao transformation? That was merely a form of recognition from great Tao. What was truly powerful was heavenly Tao itself. Ha! Again. Yi Yuan roared wildly, rising into the sky again. Tao tribulation fell again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was there anyone who transcended tribulations like this? The power of Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was not the strongest, but he appeared so out of place among this group of people. Everyone was suffering silently. Meanwhile, he drew his sword and asked heaven. Boom! Without the slightest surprise, Yi Yuan was slammed into the sea again. And right at this time, Qian Kuei suddenly rampaged and dashed straight toward Yi Yuan this side. Boy, if this sovereign is going to die, you'll have to be buried with me too. Qian Kuei roared wildly. Chapter 2797. What a wrongful death. Chapter 2797. What a wrongful death. After enduring the first 3 calamity Tao tribulation, Qian Kuei knew that he could not bear it. He completely could not take it at all. The 3 calamity Tao tribulation was too terrifying. After one bolt, his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were almost scattered entirely. Therefore, he was going to drag Yi Yuan to die together. What right did this guy have to not die? Bringing the terrifying Tao tribulation, Qian Kuei pounced over frantically. Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation was 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Even if Yi Yuan was an exceedingly freakish monster, under 3 calamity Tao tribulation, it would be certain death too. Seeing this scene, a hint of delight flashed across the corners of the mouths of Hollow Dark and the others. Is this boy finally going to die? Ought to be. How many people did you drag down the water? Hollow Dark, the 3 of them, were about to cry. Why did they have to get involved in this messy situation? If he wanted to take the sea route, wouldn't it have been fine to let him go? Having a few generals die, having a few grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens die, what did it count for? He was dead for sure now, and it, sniff sniff, dead for sure. Ha ha ha. 3 calamity Tao tribulation, see if you still don't die. Sovereign Qian Kuei let out a wild laugh. This distance was merely an instant to him, but just as his body stepped into the region, Yi Yuan was undergoing tribulation. A sudden turn of events happened. Boom! A bolt of incomparably thick electric snake fell with a loud bang. This Tao tribulation was much stronger than previously. Qian Kuei did not even have time to let out a scream and directly turned into nothingness. A true sovereign heaven was dead. Although Sovereign Qian Kuei died under the Tao tribulation, everyone felt that it was Yi Yuan who entrapped him to death. After all, if not for Yi Yuan, it would also have been impossible for Sovereign Qian Kuei's Tao tribulation to have arrived now. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. What happened? F5 calamity. 5 calamity Tao tribulation. It became a 5 calamity Tao tribulation. Hollow Dark cried out strangely. When transcending tribulation, how many tribulation it was how many it was never heard of that the number of tribulations could still increase, really broaden horizons. Who else? Yi Yuan laughed coldly and looked at Hollow Dark as he said. Hollow Dark's neck shrank, and he immediately withered up. Holy H-E-L, what was going on? Yi Yuan secretly scolded stupid. He was a divergent cultivator. Furthermore, he was an extremely monstrous divergent cultivator. You used your Tao tribulation to smite me, even if you were willing. Was heaven willing? You were king fighting heaven for its job, wasn't as courting death? Finished saying, Yi Yuan raised his sword to the sky, meeting the Tao tribulation again, incomparably fierce. However, in the next second, he was slammed into the sea again, mercilessly. However, Yi Yuan did not mind. Only by experiencing the baptism of Tao tribulation could he become stronger. All around, miserable cries lingered on incessantly. In the lightning prison, the Tao tribulation was too strong. This was heaven's wrath. Under heaven's wrath, who could survive? Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of Tao tribulation fell. The saint sovereign heavens who died became more and more. Originally, there were hundreds of saint sovereign heaven powerhouses in this sea. In a blink, there were only a scanty 30 people remaining. The auras of the three great, true sovereign heavens became weaker and weaker. Finally, Sardine could not hold on anymore and was killed by the Tao tribulation that landed. The power of three calamity Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 2 of the 4 great, true sovereign heavens were gone. Arc, D, Am, Ennet. Yi Yuan, I'm going to die. Hurry up and come save me. No, you'd better not come. Once you come, I'll die even faster. Yang Qing's body was covered in injuries, but he was full of energy. This guy was really stubborn enough. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admire this guy's strength. He himself was also unbelievably weak right now. But his Tao sword grew stronger and stronger. The stronger the Tao tribulation, the greater the benefits that he got. Very soon, Tian Hui could not hold on either, and was smote to death by the Tao tribulation. For great, true sovereign heavens, there was only Hollow Dark alone left. However, he was also at death's door and almost kicking the bucket. Arg! I hate it! Yi Yuan, this sovereign is cursing you to be torn to shreds by heavenly Tao. Carrying strong unwillingness, Hollow Dark also Pa-S set on. The masters of 4 great sea regions all perished in less than 2 hours. No idea how long had Pa-S said. Everything returned to tranquility. Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil, as if nothing had happened except for the Ma-S Civ corpses floating on the sea. Everything seemed to be a dreadful sight to behold. With a Tao tribulation, the powerhouses of 4 great sea regions practically all dwindled to zero. Whale Billow looked toward that weak to the extreme young figure as if looking at a devil. Yes, Whale Billow did not die. He actually pulled through. He himself did not dare to believe it either. What he overcame was the same as Yang Qing 5-9 Tao tribulation. He actually did not die. As if feeling Whale Billow's gaze, Yi Yuan grinned and said weakly, "What are you looking at? Shouldn't you be thanking me now? After this tribulation, you'll probably be these 4 great sea regions' new master." Whale Billow was speechless. What Yi Yuan said was right. He was very weak now, but he could feel that his body was Br. 1 MMING with vigorous vitality, and was currently growing like crazy. This Tao tribulation let him pry into the door of a new world. The true sovereign heaven gate was originally difficult to open, but because of this incident, it revealed the tiniest gap to him. General level powerhouses were elites among elites of the sea race to begin, with their talents being extremely strong. This Tao tribulation was destruction, and also new life. He was the only war general who survived. Apart from him, there were also 3 saint sovereign heavens, several hundred saint sovereign heavens. Only the 4 of them survived. But Experiencing this Tao tribulation was a baptism to them. Their future road would be even broader. You're not killing me? Whale Billow said, fearfully. This was not instinctive fear, but that he saw that Yi Yuan freaking swallowed another heavenly pill. In this short while, Yi Yuan quickly recovered. F***CK. We don't have a life or death feud either. Kill you for what? I originally didn't want to kill people. It was you all who forced the situation to become what it is now, one step at a time. If we really want to say it out, the culprit behind this situation is you. Yi Yuan said coolly. Whale Billow stared dumbfoundedly. Yeah, a frenzied pursuit that lasted close to a month, chasing until everyone in the 4 great sea regions was in an uproar, and even 4 great true sovereign heavens moved out. But tracing back to the source, the cause was merely a bit of face. Qian Kuei region's face. His Whale Billow's face. Later, Whale Billow naturally knew that Yi Yuan had shown mercy previously, but at that time, he could not pull back anymore. In the end, this was like a vortex getting bigger as it spun. In the end, even true sovereign heavens were swept in. Then everyone died. The 4 great true sovereign heavens died. So unjustly. It was just that before this. Who could have thought that chasing down a measly little lower saint sovereign heaven could cause such terrifying consequences? F***CK. Stop chatting. I'm dying. Yi Yuan, hurry up and save me. Yang Qing said weakly. The current Yang Qing was incomparably miserable. His lower body was directly blown away. The 2 arms only had 1 upper arm left, becoming a human stick. His entire person was weak to the extreme. However, this guy actually advanced. This guy broke through to half-step true sovereign heaven. Yi Yuan threw a heavenly pill to him. This guy's severed limbs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Whale Billow saw this scene, he was envious to the extreme. This heavenly pill was really freaking awesome. Meanwhile, he would probably have to recuperate for a few years before he could recover to his peak. Yi Yuan brought Yang Qing away. Whale Billow looked at the 2 people's disappearing backs, his gaze flickering as he said, in the future, when humans pass through our sea region, we absolutely mustn't provoke them. Yes. The other 3 saint sovereign heavens replied immediately. At this time, Whale Billow was the supreme ruler of the 4 great sea regions. Yi Yuan did not know that he blazed a sea route for those who set out to sea. Chapter 2798, Blood Race. Chapter 2798, Blood Race. Translator, Atlas Studios at the Heaven One Continent's land of extreme north. Above the sea, there was a huge region. This place had heavy fog all year round. Furthermore, it was very strange. Even divine sense was unable to penetrate it. The powerhouses who entered this heavy fog had never been seen to come out before in the course of time. This place became a region where few people tread. Hence, people called it the restricted area of the sea. However, at this time, there were indistinct figures in the large fog. There was actually an army hiding in it. In this army, each person emitted powerful blood energy from their body. There were 2 of them whose blood energies were the most exuberant. These 2 people, one was called Han Guang, the other was called Chili. They were the commanders of the army, true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Commander Han Guang. This large fog created by the fog rain cloud swallowing beast is really the best place to hide our whereabouts, Chili said with a laugh. Han Guang nodded and said, if not for this region, it's very hard to hide our blood energy. Wanting to launch a surprise attack would really not be easy, fortunately. This fog rain cloud, swallowing beast that the few Lord Blood Emperors killed didn't set off any waves either. There are still 10 days. Once Commander Lu Chuan, they all arrive, we'll be able to launch a surprise attack. At that time, those lowly humans will definitely get a big shock. Ha ha ha, talking about how he was pleased with himself, Chili could not refrain from letting out a loud laugh. Han Guang also smiled and said, yeah, all of their energy is at the south. They absolutely won't think that Hegemon Bloodsky crossed worlds and came, opening a spatial pass, sageway at sea, and launching a sudden raid from the northernmost end. The northern cities don't have many powerhouses. We just have to occupy a few cities and gain a firm foothold. They will be attacked in front and from the rear. This heaven, one continent, will be ours. When talking, the two people seemed very excited. Suddenly, Han Guang's brows furrowed, and he said, Emen, someone barged in. Miechen, you bring a team of 100 and kill these humans. I obey. A half-step true sovereign, Heaven immediately stepped out of the ranks, bringing 100 Saint Sovereign Heaven subordinates, and entering the fog. 11 years had already passed, said since the Tao tribulation annihilated the true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan 5 people arrived at the periphery of Heaven One continent, being even more cautious. At that time, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing caused an uproar in the sea regions. All the powerhouses were drawn away by the two of them. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Shao Qing, they all were left alone. Yi Yuan looked at the nautical chart in his hands and said with a smile, "We're already very close to Heaven One continent. After Pa-S, sing through this fog. We'll be there." The moment Yang Qing heard, he said excitedly, "A new continent. This exalt is going to dominate this continent. Only I am invincible." Shao Qing fawned on him by the side. "Master is amazingly talented and will definitely reach the top within 1,000 years, dominating the continent again." Yang Qing had a smug look as he said, "Shao Qing, at that time, you'll be the #1 true spirit under my command. Yi Yuan, you'll be the #divine general under me." By the side, Yi Yuan 3 people rolled their eyes. Who gave these two fellows the courage? Reckoned that most of the time, Yang Qing would have to pretend to be subservient, right? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in shock and anger, "Careful!" His voice had yet to fade when 100 figures emerged from the fog 8, besieging the 5 people from all directions. But Yang Qing was not fearful and said with a loud laugh, "Saint Exalt Azureski's journey to hegemony will begin with you guys. Watch my spear." Boom! Yang Qing and his opponent forcibly exchanged a blow, and he was actually repelled by the other party. He could not help getting a shock. The other party was clearly somewhat surprised too, not expecting that Yang Qing's strength was actually so strong. Yi Yuan was not courteous, directly blowing up a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven that rushed forward with one punch. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Shao Qing each used their own means to attack the enemy. However, among this team of 100, the weakest was also Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. The majority were Upper Saint Sovereign Heavens. This lineup was rather scary. They were not at all inferior to the sea folks who hunted Yi Yuan down back then. At present, Jingfei already reached Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven 2. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her combat power was quite strong. Big Yellow went without saying. He already reached peak Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was not the slightest bit afraid when facing off against Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, the difference in numbers still put a lot of pressure on the 3 of them. Yi Yuan was different. His aura released, ending one with one punch. Having transcended the 6-9 Tao tribulation, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven Yi Yuan's strength was already extremely terrifying. He fought with the half-step true Sovereign Heaven Yang Qing before, beating the other party until he howled. Therefore, Even if it was a great Tao transformation grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan killed them very casually too. He dealt one punch each, directly beating the other party into a cloud of blood mist. But very soon, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He discovered to his horror, and those powerhouses who were blown apart by him, their physical bodies actually condensed again. Apart from their auras being slightly weaker, their strength actually did not change much. This shock was by no means insignificant. In the sea of consciousness, Mi Tian cried out in surprise, "It's the blood race! Why would Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, have so many members of the blood race?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "Blood race?" Mi Tian said, "The blood race is an extremely powerful race. They are powerful and extremely aggressive. The blood race relies on devouring the blood of all races to strengthen themselves. The most terrifying thing is that the life force of the blood race is extremely tenacious. Even if there's still a drop of blood left, they can also recondense their physical bodies anew." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly from listening. Revival from a drop of blood. This was equivalent to a race that could not be killed, unless your strength was much stronger than his. Otherwise, there was no way of killing the other party at all. So that's how it is. In that case, if we want to kill them, we can only completely obliterate them, Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian nodded and said, "That's right. Wanting to kill them, there's only one way. We need to use absolute strength and completely wipe them out." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Understood. Yang Qjng. You hold back that half-step true sovereign heaven. Leave the rest to me." Yang Qing shouted, King, hurry up. These guys can't be killed at all. I almost can't hold on anymore." Facing Miet Chun by himself, Yang Qing naturally had the strength to fight. But next to him, there was a large group of Saint Sovereign Heaven's Hara Sing. He was under tremendous pressure now too. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, universe sword formation, releasing grandly. In an instant, it enveloped all of these Saint Sovereign Heavens. "Kill!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly, the universe sword formation directly launching the strongest attack. Clouds of blood mist exploded with a loud bang. After experiencing the 6-9 Tao tribulation, the power of Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly increased a lot. These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Only those transformation grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could barely manage to block for a few rounds. But very soon, they were killed too. Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly transformed into a meat grinder. Those blood race members that revived were also directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. However, the power of the universe sword formation was too scattered in the end. It was unable to completely wipe out these blood race members. Yi Yuan did not care and continued garroting. Toward the back, it was filled with blood mist inside the sword formation. Over there, when Miet Chen, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Qing, saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. He thought that Yang Qing was the strongest one in this party, so his first target was to lock onto him. As for Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. But only now did he know that Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger than even Yang Qing. Chapter 2799, Killing True Sovereign. Chapter 2799, Killing True Sovereign. Ha ha ha. Foolish human, you can't kill us. After a grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven revived. He laughed wildly and said to Yi Yuan, "The blood race's revival from a drop of blood had a great impact on humans. An opponent that could not be killed was sufficient to make people's will collapse. Is that so? Isn't your revivals getting increasingly slower? Yi Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly pulling back his divine essence. The universe sword formation immediately disappeared. Sure enough, just as he talked, he killed many times in a row. The recovery speed of these blood race members clearly became much slower. Dragon might overflowed from Yi Yuan's body. 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Yi Yuan threw a punch out, directly slamming onto a cloud of blood mist. That cloud of blood mist directly turned into nothingness. With this, the world became clean. The pupils of that grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, shrunk, and he cried out in alarm, How is this possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, Is there anyone who can't be killed in this world? It's just that your numbers are a lot, so I was wearing you all down first. Done talking, he slammed another punch out, obliterating another blood race member again. In terms of large area attacking means, the universe sword formation was indeed unparalleled. It could magnify Yi Yuan's strength several times over. But in terms of single target attack, the universe sword formation was inferior to the 9 Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. Presently, Yi Yuan's bloodline evolved into battle spirit level true dragon bloodline. The power that this move erupted with was dozens of times of his power. Furthermore, this power was concentrated in a single point. The destructive power, extremely strong, it was perfect for obliterating the blood race. Yi Yuan dealt a punch each. The numbers of the blood race could be seen reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! That grand completion, Saint Sovereign Heaven, was also directly obliterated by one punch. In the depths of the fog, Han Guang's expression changed. He could sense through bloodline that his subordinates were Vanis. Plussing one by one at an extremely fast speed. What's wrong, Lord Han Guang? It's merely a few Saint Sovereign Heavens. Could it be that Mietchen can't take care of it? Chili's perception was lacking, but seeing Han Guang's expression, he immediately understood something. A hint of shock flashed across Han Guang's eyes, and he said, There's only Mietchen alone left. What could it be? A true sovereign heaven? Chili's shock was by no means insignificant. Han Guang shook his head and said, 1 half-step true sovereign heaven. The others are all ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens. There isn't even a grand completion one. Amen. Mietchen died too. This time, Han Guang was really shocked. Died too quickly. It was less than 15 minutes from start to end. Unless the blood race encountered an opponent whose strength greatly exceeds their own, they would never die so quickly. The half-step true sovereign heaven, Mietchen, could practically capture same rank opponents with ease. Even if he encountered a monster from the human race, he could always run away if he could not beat. Now, they were all dead. No can do. They're going to pass S through the fog. They already know that we're lying in ambush here. If they bring this news over, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. Chili, you bring people over to kill them. No, everyone move out. You must kill them. These blood race members made a surprise attack on you all. They have probably already discovered you guys. There might be a great conspiracy for them to lie in ambush here. Mi Tian. Yi Yuan nodded and said, In this case, we have to bring the news to Heaven One continent and inform the humans there. Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually run into this sort of thing before entering Heaven One continent. Those that came out to ambush them already had a half-step true sovereign heaven realm. There was probably a true sovereign heaven existence in the depths of the fog. Retreat! Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure retreating explosively. It's too late. A figure came out of the void and struck a palm towards Yangqing. This palm was incredibly fearsome. It was precisely Chili. Arg! Why is it me again? F***CK. I'm not the strongest, you idiot. Yangqing cried out strangely, but his figure dodged bizarrely and actually avoided this certain kill strike. Chili's pupils constricted. looking at Yang Qing rather astonishedly. This half-step true sovereign heaven actually evaded his charged blow. However, after getting a shock, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Chili's mouth. This move of his was not a killing move at all. The real killing move was Han Guang. Right at this instant, the 5 people withdrew out of the fog, and right at this moment, a large palm fell from the sky. The power was completely incomparable to Chili. The lethal blow of a middle true sovereign heaven was akin to doomsday to a saint sovereign heaven, nowhere to avoid. Really dead for sure this time. Yang Qing cried out strangely, Big Yellow, and the rest could not even move a muscle under this palm. Han Guang's strength was completely not on the same level as Chili's. Above the void, Han Guang was expressionless. Killing a few saint sovereign heavens was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Even if they were half-step true sovereign heavens, they would be inadequate too. But right at this time, an incomparably terrifying force suddenly burst forth beneath his palm. This power made him feel heart palpitations. Chili's face originally carried a mocking smile, but at this time, his expression changed wildly. Commander Han Guang, be careful. Yet, it was already too late. This is Stoney's. H.I. Plussing's sword directly chopped apart the giant palm, heading straight for his main body. This sword shone with boundless radiance and was extremely dazzling, forcing everyone until they could not open their eyes. When this sword appeared, it seemed as if it was going to chop the firmament. Chili, who was not far away, his breathing was about to stop. Uffed. Han Guang's body was actually directly smashed by this sword. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This sword was released by Yi Yuan. No one would have thought that a middle saint sovereign heaven would kill a middle true sovereign heaven with one sword. He directly crossed a large realm to kill the enemy. This sword already Serpa said cultivation realm. This Lord Han Guang was actually killed by one sword. What kind of joke is this? What a dazzling sword. Is this human really middle saint sovereign heaven? Earlier, I thought that the strongest was that half-step true sovereign heaven. One didn't expect that it's this unremarkable fellow. Before this sword move, body took Yi Yuan seriously. Among the 5 people, Yi Yuan was not even as good as Jing Fei. But this sword made Yi Yuan seemingly look dazzling to the extreme. Dao's sword, the strongest sword that Yi Yuan unleashed, the power was far more powerful than the A1 in Kampa Sing Sacred Trees, Sword of Heaven Killing. This was Yi Yuan's sword of defying Dao, all of his comprehensions in this life. Similarly, it was a sword that was unleashed using his life. After unleash, H.I. plussing a sword, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale to the extreme, like a living dead. Big Yellow, Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Actually, there was no need for his order. Big Yellow already carried Yi Yuan and scurried into the fog again. And everyone was still in shock. No one even went to stop them. Yang Qing 3 people had long known about Yi Yuan's trump card, and also followed after instantly. Above the void, that cloud of blood mist that was smashed apart by Yi Yuan attempted to condense together. But it could not do it. Under this sword's slash, the blood race actually found it difficult to revive. Chili and the rest actually forgot to chase for a moment. Commander Han Guang, are you all right? Chili asked worriedly. Finally, that cloud of blood mist recondensed. Han Guang was alarmed and furious to the extreme, shouting loudly, "Chase! What are you all in a daze for?" Chapter 2800, Secretly Killing. Chapter 2800, Secretly Killing. Translator, Atlas Studios, Chili, chase after. Kill them for me. Han Guang Yuan's angry roar reverberated above the sea. One sword inflicted heavy wounds onto him. What Yi Yuan's sword chopped was his Tao, the current Han Guang. Although he revived, his strength was greatly diminished and was not even as good as Chili. Actually, without waiting for Han Guang's instructions, Chili chased into the fog right away, but merely a short while later, he retreated again. Commander Han Guang, their auras disappeared. Chili said with a solemn expression. Han Guang's gaze turned intent, and he shouted angrily, "Everyone heeds my order. Conduct a carpet search in the fog. Once you discover their traces, kill without amnesty." This army was composed of 5,000 blood-race Saint Sovereign Heavens. After obeying the order, 5,000 people searched the fog in an orderly manner. Han Guang and Chili also entered the fog. However, Han Guang's brows immediately knitted together. Us can't even set off any waves after spreading in. A blood race team was currently searching the fog due to that. Their divine sense detection range was very small. They could only patrol back and forth continuously. It was just that 3 days had said. They did not find Yi Yuan 5 people's shadows at all. The army of 4,900 people split into squads of 49, carrying out a carpet search of the entire fog area. This squad was one of them. At the back of the team, a ball of water quietly enveloped the 3 people who were talking just now without making a sound. These 3 people were merely Middle Saint Sovereign Heavens. Being covered up by this ball of water, they got a big shock and instinctively wanted to cry for help. But they could not cry out in the water curtain at all at this time. A figure appeared. Yang Qing looked at these 3 people with a playful face, and sudden Ly stabbed a spear towards one of them. This spear did not have the slightest rule fluctuation, but after the tip of the spear pierced into the body of that blood race member, a terrifying destructive power exploded in his body. That blood race member was directly wiped out by Yang Qing. At the same time, the 2 blood race members beside him also directly turned into nothingness without making a sound. It turned out that Yi Yuan injected 2 streams of sword energy and directly garroted these 2. Yang Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said angrily, "USNTC, had my people again." Yi Yuan made his shoes. Plussing hand gesture, signaling for Yang Qing to leave. The 2 figures escaped into the fog again, disappearing. Very soon, another squad said by them. When Yang Qing saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. They nearly got exposed. "You this fellow, killing people too slowly." Yi Yuan looked toward Yang Qing and said lightly. Yang Qing was angered until his expression was livid, but there was nothing that he could do. Wanting to immediately obliterate and also not make any sound, it was really difficult. "Sniff, you're really a freak. Even killing people is faster than me." Chapter 2801, Breaking Through the Encirclement. Chapter 2801, Breaking Through the Encirclement. "Zicheng, the human blood that you got the last time was pretty good. Do you still have any? Share a little with me." "Zicheng, MN, Zicheng." At the tail of the team, a Saint Sovereign Heaven was currently talking to the guy behind. But he talked for a long time, and the other party ignored him. Turning around to look, his hair could not help standing on end. He was gone. There were 10 people behind him. Why were they all gone, silently? When did they disappear? "Lord Zhao Ming. Lord Zhao Ming. Things are bad. Zicheng, they all are gone." That Saint Sovereign Heave cried out in alarm. Lord Zhao Ming was their 100-man team's captain, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. When Zhao Ming turned around to look, sure enough, he discovered that 10 people were missing, and his hair also could not help standing on end. 10 people. They were gone without even setting off any waves? Where are they? Zhao Ming said in a cold voice. That Saint Sovereign Heaven smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. We were still talking just now, but when I looked back, they were gone. Zhao Ming's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, It must have been done by those guys. They hid in this fog and secretly killed us. No way, we can't go on searching like this. Otherwise, we'll die out. Suddenly, Zhao Ming attacked abruptly, hitting into the void. Boom, boom, boom. Very soon, there were 2 teams of 100 men each that felt this commotion and rushed over. Where's the enemy? Where are they? Zhao Ming, what are you doing? When the 2 captains came over and discovered that there were no enemies at all, they could not help feeling annoyed. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, You guys quickly check. How many people are missing in your 100-man squad? The 2 captains were taken aback and hurriedly checked their 100-man squads, and their faces could not help changing wildly. The 2 teams were missing 9 people when added up. The scariest thing was that they actually did not notice it at all. What's going on here? One of the captains said in shock. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, It must be those guys who did it. We can't continue searching like this. Quickly inform everyone. Let's gather together. The other 2 captains nodded one after another. Very soon, the army was gathered together. Upon checking the numbers, more than 300 were missing. Everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. Fu Hai? Where's Fu Hai? Also gone? Suddenly, a blood race warrior shouted. A hint of strangeness showed on everyone's faces. The army was already gathered, and these few fellows were still stabbing them in the back. F***CK. We can't do this. Quickly go. Can't stay in this fog anymore. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice. Everyone was very much in agreement. Hence, the army of 5,000 withdrew out of the fog. Hearing the reports by Zhao Ming and the others, Han Guang's expression was incredibly dark. We might not necessarily have so many losses after experiencing a great battle too. These few humans, this commander will definitely kill them. Han Guang said furiously, adding in the 100-man squad that was lost previously, this blood-race Saint Sovereign Heaven army already lost close to 500 people before even engaging in war. When their blood race fought with the Heaven One continent, as long as Emperor realm powerhouses did not appear, it was very hard for 500 people to die too. One had to know this army was a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Even when facing a 5,000-strong human Saint Sovereign Heaven army, they completely crushed them too and absolutely would not suffer such heavy losses. The recovery ability of the blood race was extremely strong. The greater the battle, the harder it was for them to be killed. But who knew that after encountering 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens, they actually had so many people being ambushed to death within a few short days? Han Guang's heart was dripping blood, but now he had already mounted the tiger and found it hard to dismount. He was seriously injured. It would be hard to recover for a while. It would be to no avail if he entered too. If he let Chili go in, he was afraid that Yi Yuan they all would directly run away. After all, Chili's divine sense was too weak and could not penetrate the fog too much as well. Unless Yi Yuan they all showed up around Chili, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan they all either. Lord Commander, what should we do now? Han Guang's gaze flickered, and he said, All of you go to the other side and block off this fog. Once they come out, kill without amnesty. The subordinate's expression changed, and he said, That way, we are at risk of exposure. Han Guang said in a solemn voice, Who cares? Chili alone might not be able to stop them. If even one of them escapes, it will be fatal to us. Commander Luo Chuan will be arriving in 3 days. After he arrives, it will be the time of death for these guys. In the fog, Yangqing was his destination. I toot as snow. These guys are really dumb. Under Saint Exalt Azareski's slaughter, they don't even dare to enter the fog anymore. Yang Qing showed off and said. No one paid attention to him. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, they seem to be waiting for someone here. This shows that this Saint Sovereign Heaven army isn't all of it. We can't wait anymore. Otherwise, not only will the news not be sent out, we'll have to die here too. Yi Yuan felt that the blood race probably still had even more true Sovereign Heaven experts that would be arriving one after another. No matter how weak Heaven One Continent's human race was, it was also impossible for it to be conquered by two true sovereign heavens. Therefore, they must be waiting. How many days do you still have before you can recover? Yang Qing asked. 3 days. 3 days later, on the coastline, the 4,000 over-people blood race army were waiting in full battle array. Suddenly, several figures suddenly rushed out and charged right into the army. The moment Yi Yuan unleashed his universe sword formation, he immediately slew more than 10 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The others killed frenziedly under his cover, especially Yang Qing. When a spear rushed out, someone would definitely die. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Chili's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? This boy only used half a month to completely recover." However, he did not have time to be surprised. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan 5 people's speed was too fast. They instantly formed an opening. The moment Chili's true Sovereign Heaven pressure emerged, he charged straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, and a Dao sword actually condensed in his hand. Chili's expression changed wildly, retreating ever faster than when he came. Because this sword of Yi Yuan's was already chopping down right at him, he knew perfectly well that this sword directly crippled Commander Han Guang. However, Yi Yuan suddenly grinned. The Dao sword in his hand directly disappeared without a trace. The terrifying pressure vanished right away. Scaring you. Goodbye. The 5 people turned into afterimages, flying straight for the continent. On the other side, the void trembled, and one figure after another stepped out of the void, focusing one's eyes and looking. There were actually more than 5,000 people. These 5,000 people were shockingly all Saint Sovereign Heavens. And the true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the forefront actually reached as many as 5 people. Commander Luo Chuan. Han Guang immediately bowed to one of them. Commander Luo Chuan was a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven level superpowerhouse. This 10,000-strong army was led precisely by him. When Luo Chuan saw Han Guang, his brows could not help furrowing slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's going on?" Han Guang hurriedly said, "Several divergent cultivators suddenly appeared at sea. One of them actually condensed a terrifying Dao sword and damaged my foundation with one sword." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" "Still in the fog. I've already ordered Chili to stop them at the coastline." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Useless Tras. H. Plus. Chapter 2802, Inciting Heavenly Punishment, Reporting Information. Chapter 2802, Inciting Heavenly Punishment, Reporting Information. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus one figure after another dashed out of the fog. Luo Chuan's eyes turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" The coastline was starkly empty. Where was there still a hint of any presence? Han Guang's pupils constricted, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "D.A.M. and it. Those few punks must have broken through the encirclement." Tras. H. Plus Luo Chuan yelled loudly in shock and rage. How great a price did our blood race pay for this Northern War situation? Even Hegemen Blood Sky acted personally. Now, It failed just a step away from success. Han Guang was in fear and trepidation, immediately kneeling down. How could he not know the severity of this matter? But how could he have known that a middle saint sovereign heaven could slash him with one sword move? This sort of thing was seriously too surprising. Ming Su, you lead the army to station here. This commander will go and chase after those humans. I hope that I can make it in time. Luo Chuan instructed and immediately disappeared. Yi Yuan 5 people killed their way out of the heavy encirclement, fleeing while fighting. Chili was fearful of Yi Yuan's Dao sword and did not dare to pursue alone. He could only order the army to chase him down together. But the closer they got to the continent, the greater the risk of being exposed. Right now, the blood race's setup had yet to be completed. Once detected by the northern powerhouses, the previous efforts would be wasted. Just based on them, these true sovereign heavens and saint sovereign heavens, it was naturally impossible to take down Heaven One continent. Wanting to gain a firm foothold in the north, the more important thing was still the cooperation of Emperor-level powerhouses and Hegemon-level powerhouses. Without them, any random human Emperor-level powerhouse that came could eradicate them. Still chasing? You keep chasing, and I'm really going to kill you. From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laugh. Chili's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you have the capabilities, try killing this commander." "Is that so? Then I'm coming." Done talking, Yi Yuan slashed a sword out backhandedly. Heaven and earth changed colors. The horrifying to the extreme aura made Chili's expression change wildly, his figure suddenly descending. But this sword did not land. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Who's still bluffing you?" F***CK. It was another feint. Chili practically wanted to vomit blood. Along the way, Yi Yuan used this move to trick him 3 or 4 times already. Each time he saw that he was going to catch up, Yi Yuan would do it once. Yet he really had no choice. Once he got too close, this sword of Yi Yuan's could really take his life. Yi Yuan's sword heavily wounded Commander Han Guang with a chop. His strength was significantly worse than Han Guang's. He reckoned that even if he did not die, he would become crippled too. In the blood race, trash had no existence value. Chili had no choice and could only hang behind Yi Yuan like this, reducing their speed. He could only hope that Lord Luo Chuan could rush over as soon as possible and kill this vile SPAW. And this boy was too hateful. "Still chasing? I'm already home," Yi Yuan said with a grin. Sure enough, extremely far away, the outline of a city already slowly appeared in his field of vision. During the chase, both parties already flew an extremely far distance. Along the way, there were naturally traces of human activities too, but Chili split off a portion of the army and immediately started sacring. It was for the sake of keeping the secret. Yi Yuan was completely clueless about Heaven One continent, but the appearance of the blood race made him have some judgment. Most likely, Heaven One continent's situation was not optimistic. The blood race appeared behind the continent without a sound. It was likely an extremely important strategic intent. He came just at the right time, and you head into it. The most important mission now was to let the human powerhouses know. Otherwise, not only would he have to die, but Heaven One continent would also probably fall completely into enemy hands. Mi Tian said before that the blood race was a very terrifying race. They would devour their opponent's blood and grow stronger the more they fought. Once they gain a firm foothold, even more powerful blood race powerhouses would appear. But right at this time, a shocking aura engulfed everything and swept over from a distance. The faces of Yi Yuan and the rest changed wildly. This aura was far too strong. It was an existence that he could not possibly kill even if he brought out the Tao sword. Chili naturally sensed it too, and said with a big laugh, "Boy, you probably can't go home anymore. Commander, Luo Chuan is a grand completion true sovereign heaven. You're dead for sure." The other party's speed was too fast. They did not have time to escape into the city at all, and would be caught up to. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yang Qing, hold him back." Yang Qing's strength naturally could not compare to Chili. However, he was also strong enough. Delaying for a short while was still doable for him. However, this way, the 5 people immediately got caught in the army's encirclement. Yi Yuan completely ignored those blood race members, directly controlling the Tao sword to rise to the sky. Yi Yuan's Tao sword immediately became a giant sword, shooting straight to the sky. The saint sovereign heavens that approached Yi Yuan were directly obliterated by the sword energy exuding off of the Tao sword. Rumble as if sensing Yi Yuan's Tao sword. Dark clouds immediately gathered overhead above the sky, lightning flash, plusing and thunder rumbling. Yi Yuan pointed at the sky with the sword once again. Furthermore, along with the increase in Yi Yuan's strength, heaven's might was several dozen times stronger than in the past. The sky within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles was shrouded by this layer of dark cloud. At this moment, countless powerhouses were shocked. What Yi Yuan wanted was this effect. Far away, Luo Chuan's expression changed wildly, knowing that the plan this time had completely failed. On top of Northern View City's walls, several figures looked into the distance across the S.P.A.C. Northern View City was the city closest to Yi Yuan. Song Miao was this Northern View City's city lord. A subordinate exclaimed, "City lord, which senior is this that's transcending their true sovereign Tao tribulation? This power is so terrifying." He had seen before City Lord, His Excellency, transcending true sovereign Tao tribulation before. It was merely nothing more than this. And City Lord, His Excellency, was an upper true sovereign, heaven mighty expert. But Song Miao's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "This isn't a true sovereign Tao tribulation. This is heavenly punishment. The person transcending the tribulation is a divergent cultivator. However, why would someone be transcending their tribulation in that direction? There seems to be something odd about this matter." The subordinate also said with uncertainty, "Yeah, there are many humans and true spirits over there. It isn't some good place to transcend tribulation. Why would there be someone who chose to transcend their tribulation here? The place to transcend tribulation, most people would choose a quiet and remote place. After all, transcending tribulation was having 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. If someone interfered, that would be certain death. Such a clamorous place was not suitable to transcend tribulation at all. Yet, someone was transcending tribulation. Furthermore, they caused an extremely huge commotion. This sovereign will go over and take a look. You all guard the city and activate the city protecting grand array and wait in full battle array." After he was done talking, Song Miao's figure swayed, and he headed for the place where the tribulation was being overcome. He was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His speed was swift to the extreme. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. Blood race. There were actually a large group of blood race powerhouses in the center of the storm. The hallmark of the blood race was very obvious. Once they started to fight, blood energy would surge to the sky. It was very easy to identify. This place is the land of extreme north. Why would there be blood race members here? Could it be that they secretly opened up a spatial sageway and plan on invading heaven one continent through the sea? Song Miao guessed the general idea very soon. But this conjecture made him break out into a cold sweat due to fright. This news was seriously too important. Chapter 2803, The Power of Heavenly Punishment. Chapter 2803, The Power of Heavenly Punishment. Atlas Studios immediately send news back to Chaos Origin Sect. The Blood Race opened up a spatial channel. They are invading from the north. Song Miao's words reverberated across the sky, immediately transmitting back to Northern View City. This sentence immediately caused a huge shock. What? The Blood Race actually appeared in our land of extreme north too? How can that be? Opening up a spatial Sageway, the Blood Race actually used this kind of shocking method. Is the peace of the North finally going to end? In Northern View City, it was already completely shocking when they found out. The Blood Race was the nightmare of the Heaven One continent. However, the northern lands were far away from the battlefield. It barely managed to be considered as peaceful. The appearance of the Blood Race was a tremendous blow to them. They knew that the originally peaceful northern lands would come into a savage battlefield. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus one powerful aura after another came from all directions. These auras were all true sovereign heaven. Brother Song, is it really the Blood Race? Someone stepped out of the void, looking at Song Miao as he said with a solemn expression. Song Miao nodded and said, absolutely true. That Tao friend deliberately called down heavenly punishment in order to deliver the message to us. He's being pursued by the Blood Race. Let's hurry up and save him. Besides Song Miao, one figure after another appeared. 8 true sovereign heavens actually appeared all at once. These true sovereign heavens were all powerhouses in the vicinity of Northern View City. They were originally attracted by Yi Yuan's heavenly punishment. When Song Miao roared, they immediately knew what was going on. Hearing Song Miao's order, they did not hesitate in the slightest, sweeping towards the center of the storm like lightning. On the other side, Luo Chuan also came howling while bringing Anastones. Plusing aura. Both sides were at an explosive point. The Chili who was currently chasing Yang Qing, his expression turned ashen at this time too. He also realized that the surprise attack plan had completely failed. Their army was actually punched through by 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens. With Yi Yuan bringing along 4 people, not only did they kill their way out of the heavy encirclement, they even completely transmitted the news that the Blood Race came to attack back to the humans. Until now, Chili still felt like he was dreaming. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was akin to facing a great enemy, his eyes seemingly full of killing intent. You, punk, must die under the Tao tribulation. Chili gritted his teeth and said he did not dare to go and kill Yi Yuan. The power of this Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 7-9 Tao tribulation. The heavenly punishment that Yi Yuan called down was 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation. It was a genuine, true, sovereign Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this was heavenly punishment, not Tao tribulation. The power of heavenly punishment was even more terrifying than Tao tribulation. One could say that this was the enhanced version of the 7-9 Tao tribulation. The current Yi Yuan. He also felt his scalp tingle, taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment. This was completely a death-seeking action. But he had no choice. That true sovereign heaven was at grand completion. Even if he had the means to access the highest heavens, he would surely die, without a doubt too. Fortunately, he sensed that the powerhouses from the human race, there were here. D-A-M-N human brat, to dare ruin my Blood Race's shocking plan. I'll definitely kill you today. The person had yet to arrive, but the voice arrived first. Luo Chuan's angry roar resounded across the horizon. The blood race really paid a huge price for the sake of this plan. They invested a great deal of power in the south, restraining countless human powerhouses. It was for the sake of dealing a fatal blow in the back. But now, it failed on the eve of success. And everything was because of this human brat, a punk who was only middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if you're transcending tribulation, I'm going to kill you too. He was a grand completion, true Sovereign Heaven expert, his strength being immensely formidable. He did not fear the 7-9 Tao tribulation at all. And right at this time, the human, true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses also just happened to arrive. Many thanks to fellow Taoists for bringing down heavenly punishment to send the message, saving the human race, saving heaven one continent. Song Miao said halfway, and found that he could not continue anymore. Fellow Taoist, he discovered to his horror that the one who brought down the 7-9 Tao tribulation was shockingly just a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, F-U-C-K, a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven called down a 7-9 Tao tribulation. Also, this densely packed blood race army. There were several thousand people. There were even true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses among them. How did this guy run over? Song Miao only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. How did this kid do it? Although Yang Qing's strength was very strong, Song Miao saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan was the backbone of these 5 people. It was because he called down the heavenly punishment. A middle Saint Sovereign Heaven brought along 4 Saint Sovereign Heavens, smashed through the defense of the Blood Race Army, and sent a message to Northern View City. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This was too freaking fake. Not just him. The true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses who dared to come were all inexplicably shocked. They all thought that it was a fellow Taoist. In the end, it was just a junior. What the H-E-L-L. The young ones are really to be feared. This boy is going to defy the heavens. 7-9 Tao tribulation. Can he overcome it? While in shock, the true Sovereign Heavens already clashed together with Luo Chuan. The imposing momentum was shocking. Luo Chuan fought 1-on-7, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. This Luo Chuan was too strong. As soon as Song Miao and the others clashed, they immediately felt tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, another person took over Yang Qing and faced off against Chile. This true Sovereign Heaven was the weakest, being only lower true Sovereign Heaven. F*King H-E-L-L. It was really too exciting with this guy. It was virtually certain death outcomes along the way. I didn't expect that your father could actually survive. Ha ha ha. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, am indeed someone that heaven favors, and I will definitely dominate heaven one continent in the future. Yang Qing said with a big laugh. Bang, bang, bang. Right at this time, the 7-9 Tao tribulation fell. 3 thick bolts of lightning fell together. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the Tao sword. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, already suffering serious injuries. The Tao tribulation this time was different from usual. With 3 bolts of 7-9 Tao tribulation arriving together, the tribulation's power was tripled. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was immediately severely damaged. He was repairing the Tao sword, but the Tao tribulation did not give him time to repair it at all. Yi Yuan's Tao sword had not been completely repaired when another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation fell down. Bang, bang, bang. The cracks grew even more on Yi Yuan's Tao sword. Yi Yuan's complexion became deathly pale. Heavenly punishment was indeed different from Tao tribulation. Hey, Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die, right? This Tao tribulation is unusual. Yang Qing jinxed. When Song Miao and the rest who were fighting fiercely with Luo Chuan felt the power of the Tao tribulation, each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. Just how monstrous was this kid to actually provoke heavenly Tao until it wanted to eradicate him this much? That Tao sword was so strong. Ha ha ha. Watching you get smote to death by Tao tribulation, this commander is satisfied. Luo Chuan let out a loud laugh when he saw this scene. He did not take these human, true sovereign heavens seriously at all. However, he knew that he could not stay here for too long. The human race's powerhouses were currently gathering toward Northern View City. Once an emperor-level powerhouse came, he would die without a burial ground. But before this, he was still very happy to watch Yi Yuan get smote to death by heavenly punishment. This punk ruined the blood race's grand matter. He deserved to die. Bang, bang, bang. Tao tribulation fell down repeatedly. Yi Yuan was directly slammed until he was sprawled on the ground. Finally, it was another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan's Tao sword collapsed with a loud bang. Chapter 2804, Grim Situation. Chapter 2804, Grim Situation. Atlas Studios, dead, dead. This guy is going to be killed by heavenly punishment for reporting information to us. Sigh. Song Miao secretly sighed in his heart. 7-9 Tao tribulation was too terrifying. Furthermore, it was 3 times the 7-9 Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan already could not hold on anymore. Luo Chuan laughed loudly and said, "You absolutely can't withstand this round of Tao tribulation. Dying under Tao tribulation, you're getting off cheap, brat." Ha ha. It could be said that he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The implications of this reporting were too big. Now, for Yi Yuan to be able to die under Tao tribulation, he was naturally incomparably invigoration. While talking, another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation fell together, and Yi Yuan could no longer condense the Tao sword. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was dead for sure this time. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity came straight out of his body. Then the bow bent, and the arrow was notched. Arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination. The terrifying spiritual energy undulation swept up an extremely powerful fluctuation along with the arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination. 3 arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination released, directly class. H. I, plussing together with the 3 bolts of Tao tribulation. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying undulation directly blew all the surrounding saint sovereign heavens flying. There were even those who did not have time to run away and were directly obliterated by this impact. Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was too terrifying. They could not get close at all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity also immediately dimmed a lot. Luo Chuan's expression could not help changing. This kid was actually still not dead. The origin divinity attack, just now, was so formidable. Ho, your esteemed self has been let down. This young friend's stubbornness is admirable. Song Miao said with a laugh. The current Yi Yuan was seriously injured, but his essence, energy, and spirit were getting stronger and stronger. This was a divergent cultivator. Even when facing heavenly Tao, one would not cow or submit either. It was just that what Yi Yuan did seemed to be even more thorough and pure than others. The Tao tribulations came very fast, as if extremely furious at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot 10 rounds of arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination in a row. His origin divinity already dimmed to the extreme, as if it might dissipate at any time. But he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. His origin divinity turning dim, Yi Yuan withdrew his origin divinity, and his entire person turned into an azure dragon. Russ. H. I, plussing straight to the sky. All the way until now, his aura had not shrunk back in the slightest. Dao's sword is gone. I'll use Origin Divinity. Origin Divinity is weakened. I'll use my physical body. Want to make me, Yi Yuan, back down? There's no chance. Bang, bang, bang. The azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into was directly blasted down. But Yi Yuan got up immediately and flew toward the Tao tribulation again. He was slammed down over and over again, and he rose into the air again and again. All of the powerhouses present were visibly moved. Luo Chuan's expression became more and more solemn. He felt Yi Yuan's unyielding spirit. Even Heavenly Tao was unable to shake it. This kind of shocking was something that he rarely saw in his life. He knew that this heavenly punishment could not eradicate Yi Yuan anymore. It was also at this time that one powerful aura after another came from all directions again. These were the other city's powerhouses that rushed to the rescue. He couldn't stay any longer. If he continued staying, he would not be able to leave. This boy will definitely be my blood race's formidable enemy in the future. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him this time. Luo Chuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, ABLOODY light shone brilliantly on his body, and he smashed a punch onto the void. 7 true sovereign heaven powerhouses were immediately sent flying. Retreat. Under Luo Chuan's word of command, the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army immediately retreated, and Yi Yuan was still stubbornly resisting the Tao tribulation. When Yi Yuan woke up, he found himself lying on a comfortable bed. The sunlight seeping in from outside was a little blinding. His whole body felt like it had fallen apart, being weak to the extreme. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment this time could be said to be having narrowly escaped death. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly tribulation was different from Tao tribulation. When he transcended the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan already reached the pinnacle in all aspects and could be said to be well prepared. But taking the initiative to bring down heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had not reached his peak state within this realm. Coupled with the power of the heavenly punishment itself, it was a miracle in itself that Yi Yuan could survive. "You're awake." A gentle voice sounded out. Only then did Yi Yuan realize that there was someone in the room. This was a middle-aged man with the appearance of a scholar, looking very gentle. Yi Yuan remembered him. He was precisely the first person who rushed over to save me. It was also City Lord Song Miao. "Senior," Yi Yuan struggled to sit up. Song Miao bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "This song gives thanks to little brother's grace of reporting the news on behalf of Northern View City's 1 million martial artists." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "You mustn't." Song Miao got up and said with a smile, "This vow, little brother must accept it. You might not know what this heavenly punishment that you called down means to heaven one continent." Yi Yuan actually had an idea in his heart. The blood race was hidden in the fog. They must be plotting something big. But just how big, Yi Yuan was not clear. Hearing Song Miao's meaning, it was likely really very dangerous this time. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Senior is injured?" Song Miao gave Yi Yuan a glance rather surprisedly and said with a smile, "It's fine." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "With blood beads entering the body, it will fuse into Senior's blood and destroy your bodily functions. Normally, you can suppress it, but once you fight with people, this blood bead can kill you at any time." This time, Song Miao was really shocked. This guy actually saw through his own physical condition with one glance. Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, "The blood race's blood bead is incurable. Compared to the few fellow Taoists who died, this song is already very lucky." Yi Yuan said in surprise. The news had already been brought out. Could it be that You all still can't deal with the blood race? Song Miao shook his head and said, "This half a month, we fought 3 fierce battles with the blood race, suffering heavy losses. Among the fellow Taoists who saved you together on that day, 3 fell. The other 5 are all injured." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting that it was actually this result. The blood race was actually so powerful. He had the strength to crush those in the same rank, but it did not mean that everyone had. An unkillable opponent really had no solutions. The mere 5 of you were actually able to kill your way out of the blood race army's encirclement. It's simply a miracle. Song Miao sighed with admiration. Back then, when he saw that Yi Yuan was only Saint Sovereign Heaven, he was really stunned. With this bit of strength, how did they kill their way out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just what's the situation in Heaven One Continent?" Song Miao already knew that Yi Yuan, the 5 of them, were just from a wild continent and were not clear about Heaven One Continent's situation. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were even harder to come across. Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, has 3 main continents: Heaven One Continent, Thundercry Continent, and Lasting Wind Continent. These 3 main continents occupy a vast area, facing each other across the sea. But now, Thundercry Continent and Lasting Wind Continent have all already become the blood race's territory. The various races' powerhouses of the 2 continents have all become slaves of the blood race. Heaven One Continent is Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven's sole remaining mellow fruit. The powerhouses of the other 2 continents have also retreated to defend Heaven One Continent one after another. In fact, close to 1/3 of the present Heaven One Continent has already fallen into enemy hands too. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard this. He knew that Heaven One Continent's situation was grim, but he also did not think that it was so severe. Chapter 2805, Bloodline Upgrade. Chapter 2805, Bloodline Upgrade. Atlas Studios, in order to resist the blood race, 32 Hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces and built the Absolute Heaven Barrier, only then barely managing to resist the blood race. But the vicinity of the Absolute Heaven Barrier became a meat grinder. Countless powerhouses have died there. This battle is 1,000 years old. In these 1,000 years, the Absolute Heaven Barrier was breached many times, but we forcefully fought back again and again. Within 1,000 years, 7 of our Hegemon realm powerhouses died in battle. The Emperor realm powerhouses who fell reached 3 figures, but we finally managed to fend off. But no one could have thought that the blood race actually opened up a spatial paw Sageway and launched a surprise attack from the north. If not for you risking your life to report the information this time, our northern cities would definitely have fallen on all fronts. At that time, Heaven One Continent would be completely occupied by the enemy. Song Miao was laden with anxieties, clearly being very worried about the present situation. One could tell that the blood race appearing in the rear this time also made him break out in cold sweat from fright. Until now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan also did not think that this end of the sea would actually be in such a situation. He heard me Tian say before, wherever the blood race went, it was akin to locusts crossing the border, having not a blade of GRAS surviving. They lived by feeding on the blood of all races across all the heavens, growing stronger the more they fought. Furthermore, their propagation was also different from other races. They were like spore organisms, splitting off directly from the main body with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Furthermore, the stronger the main body, the stronger the bloodkin that split off too. They sucked blood continuously, growing stronger continuously, multiplying continuously, and expanding continuously. Until later, once they scaled up, the race would become extremely terrifying. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's current situation was precisely this sort of situation. More than 100,000 years ago, the hegemon realm powerhouses across all the heavens joined forces to exterminate the blood race, and had once wiped out the blood race. But Meteon also never expected that after more than 100,000 years, the blood race actually rose again from the ashes. Furthermore, they even displayed the force of a prairie fire. The Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was actually only left with less than a third. No idea what kind of situation the other 32 heavens were either. Of course, that was too far away for Yi Yuan. If Heaven 1 continent were to fall, Yi Yuan himself would likely not be able to escape death too. Senior, is the current situation on the northern front not optimistic? Yi Yuan said. Song Miao shook his head and said, the blood race sent out more than 10 emperor-level powerhouses and a 20,000-strong Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Although we're prepared, the other party's strength is too strong, defending the spatial Pa-S Sageway desperately. We fought 3BLOODY battles with them and didn't gain any advantage either. Instead, we suffered heavy casualty. Currently, the spatial Pa-S Sageway hasn't completely stabilized yet. The blood race's hegemon realm powerhouses are not able to Pa-S through. But as long as the spatial channel is there, they can continue to send powerhouses over ceaselessly. Once the spatial Pa-S Sageway is stabilized and they send hegemon realm powerhouses over, we probably won't be able to defend. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there's no harm. Yi still has this bit of confidence. Song Miao frowned and said, little brother, you came from outside. You might not know the terror of the blood race. Even hegemon realm powerhouses will find it difficult to resist the corrosion of blood energy too. I know that you have battle spirit level chaos true spirit bloodline, but it's still not enough. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. A surge of bloodline power flowed out. Song Miao's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, battle soul level. Your bloodline power broke through? During the heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had displayed the battle spirit level chaos bloodline before. So, Song Miao had an idea in his heart. Chaos true spirits were born from chaos. Their bloodline was extremely Blee. The blood energy of the blood race could corrupt all races across all the heavens, but could not corrupt chaos true spirit bloodline. Of course, this was limited to Song Miao was injured by a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His battle spirit level bloodline was unable to withstand the corruption of a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. Chaos true spirit bloodline was divided into 5 level: battle spirit level, battle soul level, battle D level, earth Kuan level, and heaven Qian level. Heaven Qian level bloodline powerhouses were virtually all hegemon realm. It was not up to Song Miao to not be surprised because the advancement of chaos true spirit bloodline was extremely difficult. In reality, the vast majority of chaos true spirit bloodline was innate and determined by talent. Wanting to take the initiative to improve, it was virtually impossible. But after Yi Yuan experienced the heavenly punishment, he actually directly raised his bloodline by a level. It was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, heavenly punishment is a crisis and also an opportunity. As a divergent cultivator, each Tao tribulation is a life and death trial for this Yi. Since I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, then I naturally have to obtain some benefits. Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, while that might be the case, how can the improvement of chaos true spirit bloodline be accomplished so easily? Young friend Yi is really too surprising. Back then, when I saw the heavenly punishment, I even thought which true sovereign heaven Tao friend it was. Didn't expect that it was actually a middle saint sovereign heaven. Simply unbelievable. Yi Yuan's words were right, but there had been plenty of people who had overcome tribulations. If it were so easy, then Heaven One continent would not have fallen so far as to be nearly occupied by the enemy. Hence, Yi Yuan started to diagnose Song Miao. When his divine essence entered the body, Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong corruption force. This corruption force virtually wanted to corrupt Yi Yuan's divine essence completely. It even wanted to invade into his body by following Yi Yuan's divine essence. But very soon, Yi Yuan's battle soul level bloodline power erupted, immediately suppressing this corruption power. Chapter 2806, Doubt. Chapter 2806. Doubt. Yi Yuan did not deliberately suppress this corruption power, but his Blee bloodline allowed no provocation. Chaos bloodline was practically the 33 heavens' strongest bloodline. Not one of. Carefully feeling this corrupted bloodline power, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Very complicated. The corrupt blood mixed together with the ordinary bloodline and already completely fused into one. It could not be purged at all. Even if Yi Yuan's control of divine essence already reached a transcendent level, he could not do it too. This kind of fusion was a unified ent, one tie. It could not be differentiated at all. After Yi Yuan stopped examining, Song Miao smiled and said, "This song appreciates younger brother Ye's good intentions. However, this song has a score in mind about this corrupt blood power. It's likely unable to be removed." Yi Yuan did not answer and asked, "Senior, those who got inflicted by the poison of corrupt blood, such as yourself, shouldn't be in the minority, right?" Song Miao nodded and said, "The northern land is relatively peaceful, but the vast majority of the people have partic. 1p aided in battles with the blood race before. This blood corruption poison naturally can't be avoided." Yi Yuan said, "I'll go take a look." Song Miao smiled and did not refuse either, bringing Yi Yuan out. Geniuses were all haughty. After Yi Yuan became aware of the overwhelming odds against him, everything could naturally be discussed. This blood corruption poison was not merely studied by grade 5, grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Even grade 9 heavenly alchemists had researched it before too, but it was simply incurable. Once the corrupt blood fused into the blood, no method could separate it, unless the inflicted person died. Otherwise, there was no way of separating it at all. Currently, Northern View City had a Saint Sovereign Heaven army of 2,000 stationed here. When Yi Yuan walked into the army camp, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The army of 2,000 was already left with just 1,400 over people. Furthermore, many people were injured. Many of these injuries were due to blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Song Miao, "Senior, I want to take a look at a few more." Saint Sovereign naturally had no objections, bringing Yi Yuan to take a look at a few more Saint Sovereign heavens inflicted with blood corruption poison. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. Zhao Chun was a centurion. With regards to Yi Yuan's action, he scoffed in derision. "Brat, who hungers for fame and reputation. How ignorant! A country bee. You kin who came from overseas, do you really think that alchemy Tao is so easy?" Zhao Chun said disdainfully to Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan still paid no attention to him and said to Song Miao, "Senior, there's a big problem with this method to control the blood corruption poison." Song Miao could not help being taken aback when he heard it. It was somewhat exaggerating things to raise an alarm, right? This method was not figured out by Dao Chen, this disciple, but devised by his master, an emperor-level powerhouse. You, a measly little middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you're at the very best a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Yet You're actually questioning a grade 7 heavenly alchemist. However, Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. Song Miao could not very well refute him either, and said, "Oh, what's the problem?" He did not understand much about Yi Yuan. Actually, his thoughts were pretty much the same as Zhao Chen's, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat talking big to impress people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "This method of controlling is using the power of true spirit bloodline to suppress the spreading of corrupt blood. But this kind of method has huge hidden danger. The pride of true spirit bloodline is even more so than that of the blood race. Using true spirit bloodline to suppress corrupt blood will indeed have a bit of effect within a short time. But once a great battle starts, it's very easy for true spirit bloodline to lose control, and it will even cause a backlash to the master. At that time, our combat force will be greatly diminished." Yi Yuan saw through that this so-called treatment method was using chaos true spirit bloodline to suppress the power of corrupt blood. This method seemed flawless. But once a genuine great battle erupted, it was very easy for Heaven One continent this side to crumble. It was just that bodies seemed to be able to take this in. The moment Song Miao heard, he smiled and said, "Brother Yi is worrying too much. Suppressing corrupt blood with the blood of true spirit. This is the method that the extreme medicine sect devised and has already been verified at the Southern Front. There's absolutely no problem." Zhao Qin was also impatient, completely disregarding Yi Yuan's face as he said, "City Lord Song, where did this kid come from? Such high-sounding sentiments. Extreme medicine sect is a hegemon level holy land. Can the things that they figured out be questioned by people? In my view, this boy is completely haughty from being conferred favors. He wants to render even greater contributions and obtain even greater glory. Hoo-hoo, having half-baked knowledge but showing off. Kid, the bloodline suppression method that my extreme medicine sect devised has already been verified at the Southern Front. There's absolutely no problem. But now, you're saying that there's a problem with our extreme medicine sect's suppression method. Who gave you the courage?" Just as they were talking, Dao Chen heard about this from Ji. D knows where, and swaggered in. Dao Chen looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes seemingly full of disdain. He knew Yi Yuan and knew that Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. But in his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a foreign hillbilly and had never seen the world before. How could he grasp bloodline suppression, this kind of high-level treatment method? Chapter 2807, Great Battle Begins. Chapter 2807, Great Battle Begins. Dao Chun came over, swept a glance over Yi Yuan, and said disdainfully, "You're that kid who called down heavenly punishment? Hulu, a trash who was spurned by heavenly Dao, also wants to talk big to impress people? Your meaning is that my extreme medicine sect is setting everyone up? What malicious motives?" Yi Yuan sized Dao Chen up with a glance and could not help being speechless. He did not expect that he would make contact with the extreme medicine sect so quickly. He knew that Li Changxin was a member of the extreme medicine sect. Of course, to a hegemon level holy land, a saint sovereign heaven disciple was simply unimportant. A countryside bee, you can also dares to question a hegemon level holy land. Really ignorant. Ho-hoo, this kid really takes himself to be the savior. How laughable. The extreme medicine sect roams grand bright jade, complete, heaven unobstructed. It's the #1 alchemy path sect. This kid really ate the wrong medicine to actually dare question them. The mocking voices lingered on incessantly. To these people, the extreme medicine sect was the absolute authority and could not be questioned. Both party statuses were totally not equal. Even Song Miao was also very disapproving of Yi Yuan's questioning. It was true that you Yi Yuan rendered great contributions. But this was not your confidence to question authority. Senior Song doesn't believe me too? Yi Yuan looked towards Song Miao and said. Song Miao smiled and said, Young friend, Yi has just arrived. You might not know the extreme medicine sect strength. The suppression method that they devised shouldn't have a problem. Dao Chun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Heard that, kid? In Heaven One Continent, my extreme medicine sect is the absolute authority in alchemy, questioning us. Ignorant. Bulls. I plus T. If Master Yi says that there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem. You these people can't tell good from bad and still speak sarcastically to Master Yi? What a bunch of fools. Before Yi Yuan said anything, he heard Big Yellow's furious voice come over. He heard that Yi Yuan woke up and immediately came over to find him, and just happened to hear these people making digs at Yi Yuan, and immediately could not continue listening anymore. In his heart, Yi Yuan was an omnipotent Ji. OD, especially in the alchemy path, it was even more so. Other people might think that Yi Yuan's martial arts were extremely strong, and that his alchemy Dao was merely thus. But Big Yellow knew what Yi Yuan was truly incredible in. It was alchemy Dao. That's right. My big brother, Yi Yuan's alchemy strength absolutely crushes your extreme medicine sect. Jingfei also said. The moment Dao Chun heard, he could not help sneering as he said, A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Ignorant. Big Yellow still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan interrupted him with a hand gesture and said, All right, no need to say any more. Let's go. As he said, he brought the two and left. Looking at the few people's back views, Dao Chun was pleased with himself as he said, Just this bit of capability. And he also dares to step into the limelight and talk big to impress people. Being exposed by me, he ran away in disgrace. City Lord Song. These few punks hunger for fame and reputation. I'm afraid that they harbor ulterior motives. Song Miao frowned slightly and did not speak. No matter what, Yi Yuan rendering outstanding contributions was an undeniable fact. But regarding Yi Yuan's posturing personality, he disliked it. Dao Chun said, Hoo-hoo, ignore this kind of fools. The powerhouses from all sides have already arrived one after another. They will be able to launch a general offensive on the spatial Pa-S, Sageway. This matter is the most important thing. To a proud son of heaven like Dao Chun, Yi Yuan, this kind of existence was simply insignificant. At present, the general offensive on the blood races, spatial Pa-S, Sageway, was the most important. Saint Sovereign nodded and said, Younger brother Dao Chun, rest A.S. assured. The Northern Front has dispatched an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign heavens this time. The blood race absolutely won't gain any advantage. Master Yi, these bunch of guys really don't know what's good for them. Could it be that you're letting it go just like that? Big Yellow said indignantly. He currently had a feeling like his good intentions were fed to a dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, To them, we're outsiders. Heaven One Continent is one of the main continents. The extreme medicine sect is even a hegemon-level holy land. To them, we're merely ants. If not because of the war with the blood race, we probably can't enter their sites at all. Even now, the words that I said have encroached on the authority of the extreme medicine sect too. It's naturally not tolerated by them. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. He was aware of what Dao Chun, they all were thinking in their hearts. He knew that he could not convince these people at all, so he could not be bothered to argue. Only by suffering a big loss would they know how severe the consequences were. They are going to have a great battle with the blood race tomorrow. At that time, they will suffer a loss. Jingfei said with a laugh. Yi Yuan frowned and said, There's going to be a great battle tomorrow? Big Yellow nodded and said, Heaven One Continent this side has already ACCU mulat an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens. They will be attacking the spatial Pa-S Sageway tomorrow. Yi Yuan had just woken up and did not expect that there was going to be a big battle tomorrow. He said in a solemn voice, From a certain degree, this battle is even more tragic than the Southern Front. Tomorrow's great battle will probably be extremely fierce. The extreme medicine sex method is indeed able to suppress the blood race's blood energy from corrupting. But this method can only treat the symptoms and can't treat the root cause. Under such circumstances, it's very easy for the extreme medicine sex method to cause a large-scale collapse. When putting it like this, the few people's expressions became ugly too. They wanted to see Dao Chun and the other get deflated, but if the blood race gained a firm foothold at the Northern Front, then the consequences would be too severe. But they didn't take Master Ye's suggestion in at all. What can we do? Big Yellow said unhappily. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, There's only one night. I hope that I can make it in time. The next day, 50,000 troops were gathered on the coastline, majestic and mighty. The commander-in-chief of the army was a half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse, Yu Ming. The war with the blood race was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the showdown of hegemon realm powerhouses. Regarding this level of powerhouses, the moment they took action, the sky would rent asunder, and the earth would split apart. The second level was the showdown of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This level of showdown similarly caused a huge commotion. However, the battles of these 2 levels were few in numbers but large in scale. The casualties were not high instead, but the third level, the battles below Emperor Realm, was the most tragic. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, Saint Sovereign Heaven, and true Sovereign Heaven, this level of battle, they would often kill down to the last soldier. And this battle for the spatial Pa-S Sageway was clearly a fight to the death. Neither could back down. Brothers, this battle concerns the life and death of all races on Heaven One Continent. Once the spatial channel stabilizes, it will be our doomsday. Therefore, only victor is allowed for this battle. Defeat is not allowed. Are you all ready? Yu Ming said in a loud voice, To live and die together with Heaven One Continent. To live and die together with Heaven One Continent. To live and die together with Heaven One Continent. The battle cries shook the heaven. Set off. Under Yu Ming's word of command the 50,000-strong army set off. Above the sea, a black, hole-like spatial Pa-S Sageway was currently giving off light. The army of 20,000 bloodkins was waiting in full battle array before the spatial Pa-S Sageway. This was a frontal confrontation without the slightest strategy. The 2 armies clashed head-on together, just like that. Kill, kill, kill. The 2 armies met in close quarters. Chapter 2808. Reversal. Chapter 2808. Reversal. Logically speaking, Heaven One Army's numbers were 2, 5 times that of the blood race. They should hold an absolute advantage. But the actual battlefield situation was not like that at all. The blood race army was completely overpowering the humans. The blood race was undying and imperishable. They did not need to defend at all. Their fights were simply a cruise. HI plus Ing-style battle. The same attacks. Heaven One powerhouses would die immediately, but the Bloodkins could revive. Therefore, the blood race's army of 20,000 could completely be treated as 50,000 troops, or even more. The blood race's emperor-level powerhouses guarded the surroundings of the spatial Pa-S Sageway tightly, unfolding an incomparably tragic fight with the Heaven One powerhouses. In this battle, either you die, or I perish. H. Plus, haha, you lowly humans can't even withstand a single blow. Luo Chuan directly tore a human powerhouse apart, sucking the other party's blood greedily. In such a battle, the blood race could recover their strength through feeding on the other party's blood. Therefore, in battles between both sides, Heaven One's side would often use several times the power to deal with the other party. But the result was still not optimistic. Blood Dog, die! Dao Chen shouted, fiercely, directly obliterating a bloodkin. The extreme medicine sect's disciples had extremely strong combat strength. Regardless of whether it was martial technique or cultivation method, it far surpassed said powerhouses of the same rank. Dao Chen's combat strength was naturally extremely strong. It was strong until he could obliterate the blood race. Song Miao's opponent was an upper true sovereign heaven bloodkin. The two people went back and forth, fighting fiercely without rest, unable to determine the victor. Song Miao received the extreme medicine sect's treatment too, suppressing the blood corruption with the blood of true spirit. Therefore, his combat power, when exerted at this time, virtually reached the peak. In the army, there were no less than 5,000 powerhouses who received the same treatment as him. They had received the extreme medicine sect's treatment. Their conditions had long already recovered to the peak. Therefore, they did not take Yi Yuan's words in at all. Zhongyu, we fought 3 times. This time, I'll definitely avenge the enmity and kill you, Song Miao said with a cold smile. In the battle previously, Song Miao's opponent was Zhongyu. However, he was struck by Zhongyu's palm and corrupted by Zhongyu's blood energy, growing weaker with each battle. Now, his strength recovered to the peak. It was time to win back face. With regards to Song Miao regaining his peak strength, Zhongyu was very surprised too. The blood race did not expect that Heaven One Continent's powerhouses actually resolved the blood corruption power. If that was the case, then the blood race's advantage would be greatly diminished. Just the likes of you? You're not qualified enough yet. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time. Zhongyu was unrestrained and did not defend at all. Even if Song Miao regained his peak strength, he found it hard to take him down for a while, too. The two people's strengths were similar, and the battle was extremely fierce too. Both parties' strengths were unleashed to the extreme. Suddenly, Song Miao's expression changed. His entire person's aura suddenly became extremely unstable. Zhongyu naturally would not let this chance go and immediately rushed over in hot pursuit, not giving Song Miao any chance to catch his breath. Bang! Zhongyu pressed a palm on Song Miao's chest, sending him flying out. Song Miao's complexion turned deathly pale. The blood in his body was boiling. He suddenly discovered that the true spirit blood that was injected into the body had completely gone berserk. His divine essence could not control it at all. When Zhongyu saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha, you really scared me badly just now. I even thought that you all really resolved the blood corruption poison. I didn't expect that you're simply a paper tiger. Song Miao, prepare to die. D.A.M. and it turns out that what Yi Yuan said was right. Extreme medicine sex suppression method really has a huge hidden danger. Normally, it can't be detected at all. But once your strength erupts to the extreme, the balance within the body will be completely broken, and the true spirit bloodline and blood corruption power will erupt at the same time. Now, it's really a fate worse than death." Song Miao was bitterly remorseful in his heart. It was because he discovered that what Yi Yuan said was completely right. They had blind faith in the extreme medicine sect and did not have any suspicions at all. As for what Yi Yuan said, they thought it was naturally for the sake of talking big to impress people in order to win more attention. This type of people, Song Miao, simply looked down on them. Swuz. H. Plus Song Miao retreated while fighting, not daring to confront Zhongyu head-on at all. And in the army, the blood problem of thousands of powerhouses virtually erupted at the same time. Arg. I'm not resigned to this. Injecting true spirit bloodline. This is quenching thirst with poison. I died so wronged. So what that Yi Yuan said was true. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were killed by the blood race while holding strong unwillingness. At this moment, they felt incomparably bitterly remorseful. Although the blood corruption power was strong, they were not without the power to fight. But in this current situation, it was directly equivalent to sentencing them to death. They could hardly even fight anymore. In the army, 5,000 people were suddenly defeated. It was really being routed like a landslide. The 50,000-strong army actually directly collapsed in an instant. When the blood race powerhouses saw this situation, each and every one of them was excited to the extreme, killing until the human army steadily lost ground. How can this be? How can this happen? The experiments previously clearly didn't have any problems. Dao Chen panicked. How could he still not know that the problem lay with injecting true spirit bloodline? But the experiments previously were clearly had no problems already. Why would such a major problem suddenly break out? He could not figure it out after racking his brains. He turns out that what that guy said was actually right. At this moment, he finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was true. But it was already too late. A rout was like a landslide. The present Heaven One army had already directly collapsed. Countless powerhouses were killed by the blood race, blood flowing to form rivers. At this time, 5 figures stepped out of the void. The 5 people each carried a set of bow and arrows on their backs. When Yi Yuan saw the scene in front of him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Sure enough, what he was most worried about still happened. Luckily, it's still not too late. Each of you, find a good angle. Don't enter the battlefield. Shoot them with arrows. Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Hee, big brother Yi Yuan's secret weapon. I really want to see just how formidable it is." Jingfei said with a laugh. The 4 people did not talk nonsense either, finding their positions at the borders of the battlefield, and started bending their bows and notching their arrows. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus one sharp arrow after another cut through the air with a strong whistling sound. Uft. A blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately gave a miserable scream when he got hit by an arrow, and his entire person's movements actually stiffened up immediately. Then he was immediately annihilated by a Heaven One powerhouse. That Heaven One powerhouse's expression changed wildly. It was because this bloodkin actually did not revive. He did not have time to think too much, immediately joining the other people's battles. This scene was still happening in every corner of the battlefield. One sharp arrow after another shot out. Blood race powerhouses fell down one by one. In the wake of the sudden appearance of Yi Yuan 5 people, the originally defeated Heaven One army actually re-established superiority. All at once, the human army counterattacked the other party, killing until the blood race's army was utterly routed. In a short dozen over breaths of time, Yi Yuan 5 people directly shot hundreds of blood race powerhouses to death. This was true death. Those blood race powerhouses actually did not revive. Chapter 2809, Apology. Chapter 2809, Apology. It's actually Yi Yuan they all. What powerful arrows to actually be able to inhibit the blood race's revival. How did he do it? The significance of this is too far-reaching. It might affect the entire war. Previously, everyone all said that he was talking big to impress people. Sigh. We really had eyes but couldn't see. Turns out that what he said was all true. When Heaven One Army saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. It was naturally impossible for ordinary arrows to accomplish it. They guessed that this might very likely be because Yi Yuan dipped something on the arrows. This truly held extraordinary significance. Once this kind of method could be used on a large scale, it could absolutely reverse the war between Heaven One Continent and the Blood Race. Meanwhile, the powerhouses on the Blood Race side were all incomparably alarmed and terrified. A few people dying was irrelevant to the Blood Race, but this kind of major killing tool was simply lethal to them. The ability that they relied on to roam the heavens unobstructed was actually being restrained. If this kind of weapon appeared on the battlefield, the degree of impact could be imagined. When Luo Chuan, who was in a fierce battle presently, saw Yi Yuan, his pupils could not help constricting. Previously, Yi Yuan breaking through the defensive life and sending news back to the Heaven One Continent already gave him a huge shock. But that shock was far from comparable to the scene before his eyes. Zhongyu, Zhuhai, Chenxi, the three of you go and kill boy. Absolutely can't allow him to live. Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice. Zhongyu gave a cold cry, immediately leaving behind the Song Miao, who was opposite of him, and charged toward Yi Yuan. 3 great, true sovereign heavens pounced toward Yi Yuan at the same time. The corrupted blood within Song Miao's body was currently boiling. He was already on the verge of death to begin with. Zhong Yu actually abandoned him at the crucial moment and gave him a lease of life. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Miao directly withdrew from the battlefield. Retreat. Yi Yuan turned around and ran without another word. Facing 3 great upper true sovereign heavens, he stood no chance at all. His goal had already been achieved. There was no need to continue staying anymore. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave the Blood Race a huge shock. The human race side also won a fleeting opportunity to catch their breath. However, it was nothing more than that. It was impossible to turn things around. Therefore, they had to retreat now. The battle to destroy the spatial Sageway this time. The Heaven One Army had clearly already lost due to the eruption of corrupt blood. Yi Yuan warned them previously, but Body took it seriously and only treated it as Yi Yuan talking big to impress people. In the end, they burned themselves. The thing that Yi Yuan smeared on the arrowheads was the blood essence of Blood Race powerhouses. It was refined with 81 kinds of precious grade 5 heavenly medicines and named Blood Suppression Morning Sunday. The hardest thing to come by in this Blood Suppression Morning Sun was not these 81 types of grade 5 heavenly medicines, but it was the blood essence of Blood Race powerhouses. It was common knowledge that as long as the Blood Race had 1 drop of blood essence surviving, it could be reborn from a drop of blood. This ability could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. Normally, wanting to obtain the blood essence of bloodkin was simply impossible, because if you wanted to kill them, you had to completely wipe them out. However, Yi Yuan ambushed hundreds of bloodkin in the fog. Back then, he held a trick in reserve. When he eliminated the bloodkin, he attempted to use his Dao sword to suppress. In the end, he discovered that the Blood Race's blood essence indeed could not revive anymore. Yi Yuan's Dao sword had been tempered by heavenly Dao. It could suppress all things. The Blood Race's blood essence was actually unable to revive under the suppression of the Dao sword. But even so, Yi Yuan only obtained extremely little blood essence. It was also by relying on the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions back then. Otherwise, even if it was Yi Yuan, it would be difficult to collect these blood essences too. These blood essence could only be used in medicine after 100 times of Yi Yuan's refinement. Yi Yuan made haste without resting and only created several hundred arrows. Yi Yuan arrived quickly and left even faster, not waiting for the three great, true sovereign heavens to carry out an encirclement. He already made his getaway. This great battle actually ended just like that, in the end. Of course, the Heaven One army suffered massive losses. The army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens actually had more than 10,000 casualties. Another large batch of powerhouses was inflicted by corrupt blood energy, and this was still under the situation where Yi Yuan arrived in time to suppress the blood race. If not for Yi Yuan, this battle's losses would be even greater, and they could even have been completely wiped out. The consequences of the corrupt blood energy erupting was seriously too severe. Outside of Northern View City, Song Miao stood in the air, his complexion deathly pale. At this time, the corrupt blood energy had already spread across half the blood in his body, and it was incomparably agonizing. However, he did not cry out in pain at all. He just kept looking at the horizon. Suddenly, a figure cut across the horizon and came towards this side. Song Mia's face revealed a look of great joy. Yi Yuan returned safely. Seeing Song Miao, Yi Yuan was a little surprised. At this time, he should be nursing his injuries in the city. "Senior Song, why are you here?" Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan. Suddenly, he lowered his body and knelt down, saying Song Miao had eyes but couldn't see. Song Miao blamed brother Yi wrongly and also caused this great battle's defeat. This song apologizes to you in front of everybody today. Him kneeling caused a great sensation in the entire city. An exalted upper true sovereign heaven, Northern View City's city lord, actually knelt down and apologized to a junior. The powerhouses in the city had been guessing all along on what City Lord Song Miao would be doing. They did not expect that he was actually specifically waiting for Yi Yuan to return to kneel down and apologize to him, while those people who ridiculed Yi Yuan before all lowered their heads in shame at this time. Song Miao really did not have scornful words or jeers back then. Rather, it was them who made extremely nasty remarks. As for Dao Chun, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. He used his authority from being from the extreme medicine sect to suppress Yi Yuan's opinion, and he even mocked him to the best of his ability. As a result, it caused this miserable defeat. Yi Yuan was also stunned by Song Miao's action. Song Miao doing this sort of action, it could be seen how regretful and how ashamed he was in his heart at this time. This person had a great breadth of mind. Yi Yuan hurriedly helped Song Miao up and said, "Why is Senior Song going so far? You're this Ye's savior. This is killing Yi." Song Miao said ashamedly, "If back then this song gave Brother Yi a chance to prove yourself, maybe I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake." He knew that when Yi Yuan was seeking his opinion back then, it was actually hoping for him to come forward and speak up. He ignored that look which asked for help. Yi Yuan was merely a foreigner. His words carried little weight. Facing the extreme medicine sect, this kind of colossal body would believe his words at all. Therefore, all explanations were futile. Hence, Yi Yuan chose silence. However, he did not bear any hatred. Instead, he refined those powerful arrows that very same night and reversed the war situation. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior Song, now isn't the time to say this. Your corrupt blood energy has already erupted all round. It will be too late if we don't treat it in time." Song Miao said, "This song's wretched life isn't worth mentioning. If I die, so be it. But if I don't apologize to you, even if this song dies, I'll find it hard to close my eyes." Yi Yuan said, "Does Senior Song trust me?" Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head seriously. Yi Yuan said, this blood race's corrupt blood might not be without a genuine method of cure. Chapter 28:10. Emperor. Chapter 28:10. Emperor. When Song Miao heard that, his entire body shook. He already harbored the will to die, and no longer held any fantasies at all. He just wanted to repent to Yi Yuan for the mistake that he had committed before he died. But now, Yi Yuan told him that he did not need to die anymore. Is this true? Song Miao was agitated until his entire body was trembling. It was for him and also for everyone who was inflicted with corrupt blood. The blood race's corrupt blood was extremely powerful. A moment of carelessness in battle, and one would fall victim to it. Comment especially in this kind of great decisive battle, it was even easier to suck. UMB. The majority of the powerhouses from all races did not die on the battlefield, but died under the corrupt blood. If Yi Yuan was really able to treat corrupt blood, that would really be the greatest good. This significance did not pale in the slightest to inventing the method to inhibit the blood race's revival. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I already have some leads, but I still need some time. However, before this, I can help you suppress the spread of corrupt blood power. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already begun his research into the blood race in the fog. This powerful race made him burn with eagerness. Yi Yuan discovered that the blood race's blood was indeed incredibly powerful and was a one-of-a-kind thing, especially the blood essence of the blood race. Not only could they revive from a drop of blood, but it was also an excellent material for refining heavenly pills. It was just that the blood essence of the blood race was too difficult to obtain. He originally planned on diving into research, who knew that this incident occurred, completely depleting the blood essence that he had gathered painstakingly. However, Yi Yuan already had some understanding of some characteristics of the blood race's blood. Corrupt blood power was merely one of them. Song Miao said spiritedly, if younger brother Yi can really resolve the corrupt blood, then you would really be the #1 hero in the world. If it was before, he naturally would not take Yi Yuan's words seriously. But now, he believed it without a shadow of a doubt. Yi Yuan exposed the huge flaw in the extreme medicine sex treatment method with a word previously. Furthermore, this had already been verified by facts. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure emerged. Song Miao's expression changed, and he gave a bow and said, Lord Ming-Yi. The arrival was a half-step Emperor Realm superpowerhouse, and also the Heaven One Army's highest commander. Ming-Yi nodded slightly and said, Emperor Dan Fei wants to meet this little brother. Seeing Yi Yuan's confusion, Song Miao said, Emperor Dan Fei is presently the Northern Front's strongest person, an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Mighty expert. He probably wants to meet you because of those arrows. Emperor Realm's 3 heavens, Emperor Cloud Heaven, Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Sakra Heaven. Different from sovereign realm powerhouses, Emperor Realm powerhouses were powerhouses who truly transcended worldliness, their strength being unimaginable. In the battle previously, one should not look at how the Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens from both sides were fighting with a huge commotion. The real fights happened between Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it, and said with a nod, Come on then. Ming-Yi flicked his sleeves grandly, and Yi Yuan had no command over himself, disappearing from where he originally was. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. Was this the strength of Emperor Realm? This Ming-Yi was not Emperor Realm yet, but his control over S.P. AC was already strong to the degree that it made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a garden. An old man in COA, R.S.E. cloth, was currently watering flowers. Lord Emperor, Yi Yuan is here. Ming Yi said respectfully. In front of this person, Ming Yi, this half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse, was humble to the extreme. Yi Yuan sized this old man up and discovered that he actually could not see him vividly. He was clearly standing right there, but it was like he had fused into one with the surrounding garden. It was as if where he was standing was a world on its own. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, sharp edge revealing itself, sword intent soaring to the sky, a peerless good sword. No wonder it isn't tolerated by heavenly Tao. Young friend, I hope that you can achieve hegemon one day. Yi Yuan could feel that the other party's gaze seemed to penetrate his physical body, looking at the Tao sword in the depths of his body. He did not have the slightest secrets in front of this old man. Of course, apart from me, Tian. This guy was once a hegemon realm overlord. Wanting to pry into him, Emperor Realm was not enough. By the side, Ming Yi's pupils constricted too. He had never seen before Lord Emperor have such a high appraisal of a junior. Hegemon. This was the 33 heavens' paramount strength, the overlords above Emperor Realm. Wanting to reach this realm was virtually impossible. Just talking about grand bright jade, complete heaven, it was boundlessly vast, the cultivators unable to be counted. But attaining hegemon, this sort of words, there was really no one who dared to say it. Even Emperor Dan Fei, this kind of terrifying existence, did not dare to have the slightest excessive expectation for hegemon realm too. But he gave Yi Yuan this kind of appraisal. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said, Lord Emperor is too kind. Hegemon realm is too far away. Yi Yuan had better be down to earth. Dan Fei smiled and said, a tough will, firm Tao heart, a good sapling. You should know why this old man is looking for you, right? Sai Yuan nodded and said, it's for those arrows. However, am afraid that I'll have to disappoint Lord Emperor. This kind of method can't be used on a large scale. I can only suppress a few hundred drops when suppressing the blood race's blood essence with Tao sword. Furthermore, the conditions to obtain the blood race's blood essence is too harsh. It can only be left up to fate. Dan Fei was not too surprised. He just let out a long sigh and said, as expected, the reason why the blood race is difficult to deal with is precisely because it's hard to obtain their blood essence. The extreme medicine sect has attempted many times and couldn't do it either. Either eradicate or let them revive. Your Tao sword is actually able to suppress the blood race's blood essence and make them unable to revive. Indeed, formidable. It was not that Heaven One powerhouses did not think of studying methods to target the blood race before, but to research, one must obtain the blood race's blood essence. Yet, this was the hardest part. Killing a bloodkin was easy, but wanting to obtain blood race blood essence was as hard as ascending to heaven. It was just that Dan Fei did not expect that something that body had ever done before. Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan's Tao sword had experienced the tempering of Tao tribulation and absorbed large quant. 1. Ties of heavenly Tao's power. One could say that his Tao sword held heaven's might. No matter how strong the blood race's blood essence was, it also found it hard to take a single step under heaven's might. Divergent cultivators indeed had very formidable strength, but there was no one like Yi Yuan at all, using their lifeblood Tao sword to meet the Tao tribulations each time. This kind of thing was no different from seeking death. They did not have the attributes of heaven's might, so they were naturally unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence too. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was also shocked when he heard it. This boy was extraordinary. This kind of ability was what even hegemon realm powerhouses did not have. Of course, it was far too difficult to want to kill the blood race's hegemon realms. Originally, he still had a high and mighty attitude towards Yi Yuan, but now it was completely gone. How could a character that even Emperor Dan Fei had praised repeatedly be of the common sort? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "During this period of time, I've been constantly studying the blood race's blood essence. This is indeed a rarely seen treasure of the world. Even those natural treasures are greatly inferior. Originally, I planned on devoting myself to studying it. I didn't expect that I'd completely exhausted all the blood race blood essence that I've mulat before." Chapter 28:11. Xuanji 9 leaves. Chapter 28:11. Xuanji 9 leaves. "Brother Yi, you're back. Brother Yi, this battle was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. It was all us who were blind previously. Be magnanimous and don't take offense at us." When Yi Yuan appeared in the Northern View City's army base, there was immediately a commotion. When those Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers saw Yi Yuan, they came up to say H-E-L low one after another. Common among them, there were many people who were mocking Yi Yuan on that day. At this time, they were regretting it immensely. This time, if not for Yi Yuan, most likely only a handful of them would have been able to return. In fact, Northern View City might have directly been steamrolled by the blood race. A rout was like a landslide. It was not to be made a joke. Yi Yuan did not put on airs either, responding with smiles one by one. When these Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this, they were even more ashamed. Yi Yuan really had a mind as open as a valley. Be Brother Yi. Zhao Qin saw Yi Yuan, the look of cement on his face becoming even stronger. Before the great battle, his words were the nastiest, but now his face was slapped resoundingly. When he saw Yi Yuan, there was naturally indescribable embarrassment. "You, isn't this Centurion Zhao? Our Master Yi is merely a foreigner. How can we dare call you our brother?" When Big Yellow saw Zhao Chen, his anger flared up, and he immediately jeered. Zhao Chen's expression immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. With regards to this, Yi Yuan did not say anything either. Back then, Zhao Chen's words were indeed very nasty. His contempt for him was not only expressed in words, but also on the face. Zhao Chen clearly looked down on Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigners, especially when Yi Yuan got involved with the extreme medicine sect. That sort of contempt was impossible to hide. In reality, those who had this kind of notion were not in the minority. It was also that it was currently wartime. Normally, the status of Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigner, would be very low in Heaven One continent. Just like in the Rain-Clear continent, the native forces discriminated against ascenders. Yi Yuan did not know to make trouble, but it did not mean that he was submissive. Suddenly, Zhao Qin directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud and said, "Master Yi, it was all my fault previously. I know that you have great abilities. You must have the means to save my men. They're inflicted with the blood corruption poison. I beg you to save them." In each great battle, those who got inflicted with blood corruption poison were not in the minority. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven, was poisoned by the blood corruption poison, let alone these Saint Sovereign Heavens. Zhao Chen's men originally had many who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. In this battle, the blood corruption poison erupted all round. His men suffered heavy casualties. Over 70% of these remaining people were inflicted with blood corruption poison. If these people all died, he would practically become a lone general without an army. Of course, although Zhao Chun, this person, was very mean to Yi Yuan and looked down on Yi Yuan's background, he treated his men as his own brothers. For the sake of these subordinates, he would rather put aside his dignity and kneel down to Yi Yuan. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, knelt down. What was wrong with him? This measly little centurion, kneeling? But Big Yellow did not buy it, and said with a cold smile, "You, Lord Zhao, don't do this. Master Yi is merely someone with half-baked knowledge. The extreme medicine sect is the authority. Did you find the wrong person? You should be going to find the extreme medicine sect." By the side, Dao Chen wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. He was sent over to learn from Yi Yuan. Along with him, there were also dozens of grade 5 and grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Close to 100 military doctors were deployed to Heaven 1 Army. These military doctors were mainly from the extreme medicine sect. In fact, Dao Chen was a distinguished talent among them. Before this, he was a highly respected extreme medicine sect disciple. But after this battle, his status completely changed. The current Dao Chen was like a big villain who had harmed nearly 10,000 troops. It was them who did not listen to Yi Yuan's words, resulting in this great defeat. If not for the extreme medicine sect pledging in all solemnity, even if those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison did not take part in the fights, this war would not have been defeated so thoroughly too. In this battle, those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison were like time bombs lying in ambush on their side, blowing up and injuring all of them at once. When Zhao Chen heard, he clenched his jaws tightly and suddenly kowtowed to Yi Yuan fiercely. Dong, dong, dong. Each sound struck everyone's heart. "Master Yi, this Zhao acted like a stuck-up SN. Oh, but my brothers are all good men. As long as you can save them, this Zhao is willing to pay it off with death." Zhao Chen wept tearfully as he kowtowed. All around, many people shed silent tears. In this battle, many of their companions died on the battlefield. The former fellow officers were no more together, but no one dared to step forward to speak up for Zhao Chen. It was because they were indeed too unfair to Yi Yuan previously. Someone who made great contributions came to their army and said something that could turn the tides. But in the end, he was looked down upon by everyone. If it were them, they would not be able to stand it too. Goodwill being taken for granted was probably like this. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his hand and patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder twice and said, "All right, take me to go take a look at your subordinates." Zhao Chen's entire body shook, and he kowtowed a few more times agitatedly and said, "Thank you so much, Master Yi. Thank you so much, Master Yi." When Yi Yuan saw Zhao Chen's men, he could not refrain from furrowing his brows too. Too awful. Some people's blood corruption poison was extremely deep, their entire person being already riddled full of holes, looking extremely hideous. A foul smell greeted the nose. Weak groaning sounds filled the tent. Blood corruption poison was extremely terrifying. Even the final outcome of Song Miao, this true Sovereign Heaven powerhouse, was no better than these Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers. Not only could this corrupt blood affect one's blood, but it could also even corrode the origin divinity, and there was virtually no cure. The only thing that could resist it was just true spirit bloodline. Therefore, after the extreme medicine sect suppression method was devised, it was a great boon to the Heaven One Army. As for the words of Yi Yuan, this kind of minor character, they naturally could not take it in. It was not that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than the extreme medicine sect, this hegemon level holy land, but that even a clever wife could not cook a meal without rice. They had fought with the blood race for thousands of years, but never obtained a drop of the blood race's blood essence before. Yi Yuan came beside the soldier, who was poisoned the deepest, and started diagnosing him. Very soon, Yi Yuan's origin divinity traveled a circulatory cycle within his body, and he could not help secretly shaking his head. "And Master Yi, is there still hope for Qiao Yiping?" Zhao Chen asked worriedly. all the blood in his body has already been corrupted by more than 90%. In at most a few hours, he will definitely die beyond a doubt, Yi Yuan said. Zhao Chen's expression dimmed, blaming himself heavily in his heart. This scene was taken into Yi Yuan's sights, and his impression of Zhao Chen changed a little. This guy looked down on him, this kind of foreigners. But his feelings for his fellow officers were not fake. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Dao Chun, "And the rest, you all watch carefully. This needle technique that I'll be performing next is called Xuanji 9 leaves. After you guys leam it, apply the technique on the others. But at present, this needle technique can only temporarily suppress the blood corruption poison. As for whether or not it can really purge the blood corruption poison, I still need to research more." Chapter 28:12 Marvelous Work of Art. Chapter 28:12 Marvelous Work of Art. Xuanji 9 leaves originated from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was a powerful and profound needle technique. The Labyrinth Divine Palace back then was not only powerful in martial strength, but their alchemy Dao was also unparalleled. Disregarding other things, just this 100 herbs Ilu-S Trotted handbook was not what ordinary hegemon level sects could come up with. The various acupuncture techniques inside, poison arts, and other branches of alchemy Dao were all in Kampa Sing and contained everything. When Yi Yuan entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he did not care about other books. He only paid the most attention to the alchemy-related books. In the last few decades on the Rainclear continent, Yi Yuan's martial arts did not make much progress. He spent a lot of time on these CLA S6. The Xuanji 9 leaves was one of them. This acupuncture technique used Xuanji Star Force as the guide, triggering the resonance of all the heavens, and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Its control over the flow of blood energy was especially unique. That day, after Yi Yuan diagnosed Song Miao's pulse, he had some ideas in his mind. This set of Xuanji 9 leaves was extremely profound. With Yi Yuan's deep foundation, he spent close to a year's time before he thoroughly grasped this acupuncture technique too. These heavenly alchemists around Yi Yuan, even if they were grade 6 heavenly alchemists, it was also impossible to grasp this acupuncture technique within a short time. What he was executing presently was the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan created from simplifying off the foundation of the Xuanji 9 leaves by cutting out the superfluous to specifically target blood corruption power. Yi Yuan knew that the extreme medicine sect's heavenly alchemists' level was still extremely high under his guidance. Grasping this acupuncture technique within 10 days was still doable. Yi Yuan focused his fingertips. A tiny divine essence needle condensed and forced out. With his current skill, he no longer needed to rely on physical objects. With the Tao sword as the foundation, the divine essence needle that he condensed had an even stronger effect than ordinary needles. Seeing this move, Xiao Shan's pupils could not help constricting. He was the commander of all the military doctors, extreme medicine sect's peak grade 6 heavenly alchemist. But Yi Yuan's move made him ashamed of his inferiority. Unless he had a needle-type Grand Mist treasure, he could not compare to Yi Yuan's ability to condense the divine essence needle. But needle-type Grand Mist treasures were too hard to come by. But the following scene made all the heavenly alchemists even more shocked. When Yi Yuan stabbed with the needle, the stars across the heavens actually produced a resonance. The entire camp seemed to have become a miniature universe. One of the stars was extremely bright. It was precisely the Xuanji star. In Qiao Yiping's meridians, a pale yellow divine essence was swimming around. The meridians that the divine essence traveled were thick and thin, yet extremely fine. In reality, when applying the needles, this kind of situation would not occur. But Yi Yuan did it in order to let these people feel it distinctly. but it was precisely so that the shock of the scene was even stronger. Especially those extreme medicine sect disciples, although they stumbled hard this time, they were still unconvinced in their hearts to follow an outsider to learn acupuncture technique. Many were bottling their thoughts up, wanting to see how impressive Yi Yuan was. Now they saw it. The acupuncture method had two sections. One section was on oneself. One section was on the patient. A person would work one's body to call down the power of heavenly Tao, injecting it into the sick body, reversing the universe. Regarding this step, Yi Yuan calling down such powerful stellar power already made them lost in wonder, while in the sick body, the operation of divine essence and application of heavenly Tao power were also complicated to the extreme. But at this time, the meridians in Qiao Yiping's body became incomparably clear. Even those meridians that were tiny until they were invisible to the naked eyes were manifested by Yi Yuan. A marvelous work of art. Marvelous work of art. I didn't expect that acupuncture techniques can actually be used to such a degree. What a formidable acupuncture technique. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a formidable acupuncture technique either. This level of acupuncture technique can actually be used so transcendently by him, truly like master, an absolute master. We all, heavenly alchemists' years of living, have been an utter waste. Very soon, cries of exclamations sounded out all around. Yi Yuan used his acupuncture technique and completely conquered this group of proud peak. Oh, see, chaos. Originally, Dao Chen still had quite a bit of resentment in his heart. Although Yi Yuan hit the mark, he was unconvinced in his heart, feeling that Yi Yuan just caught it by sheer luck. But now, he did not have any temper in his heart at all. What remained was only admiration. Too formidable. Such a wondrous acupuncture technique. He was absolutely unable to execute it. Ace a top figure among the extreme medicine sect's grade 5 heavenly alchemists, Dao Chen's alchemy path strength was not weak. Not only was it not weak, but it could also virtually look down proudly upon his peers. His eyesight was naturally extremely strong. He saw through that this acupuncture technique was, after it was simplified, it was not hard for him to learn it. But wanting to reach Yi Yuan's level, it was impossible to achieve it without 10 years of hard work. And this was just the acupuncture technique post-simplification. But how much time had Yi Yuan been in contact with the blood race? He could simplify the acupuncture technique and even apply it to such an exaggerated level. It showed that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique had already reached an ingenious level of application. It could be used freely at will. Convinced, Xiao Shan's gaze had been fixed on the stellar power in the house. Xuanji 9 leaves. It's actually the legendary Xuanji 9 leaves. This acupuncture technique has already been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, it actually reappeared in the world. Just what origins does this boy have? Xiao Shan said in shock. Xuanji 9 leaves? Is this acupuncture technique very formidable? Dao Chen wondered. Xiao Shan said, more than just formidable. Legends have it that this acupuncture technique can defy heaven and change fate, bringing the dead back to life. In fact, after grasping this set of acupuncture techniques, one will be invincible at the same rank in martial arts too, flying needles killing people without making a sound, taking your life as easily as flipping over your hand. Do you think it's amazing or not? With this, everyone was no longer calm. Acupuncture technique was acupuncture technique. It was an aid to alchemy Tao. Now, Xiao Shan actually said that this acupuncture technique was also invincible in the same rank in martial arts. This was too terrifying. It's actually so formidable. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a fierce acupuncture technique either. How? How did he obtain it? Dao Chen muttered, looking at a leopard through a tube, and one was to see only one spot. He knew that Xiao Shan was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm, although the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan displayed was not profound. What Yi Yuan displayed was clearly just a very superficial part. This acupuncture technique was indeed extensive and profound, except the more formidable this acupuncture technique was, the more depressed Dao Chun was. Yi Yuan was merely born in a remote continent at sea. How could that place possibly have such a formidable acupuncture technique? In fact, even extreme medicine sect, one of the top sects in the world, did not have it. This sort of thing was seriously too fantastical. In the wake of Yi Yuan applying one needle after another, the poisonous sores on Qiao Yiping's body were currently disappearing rapidly. His complexion actually became rosy too. Am actually not dead yet. Qiao Yiping opened his eyes, a little dazed. When Zhao Chen saw this scene, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Qiao Yiping's consciousness was originally already blurry. Now, he actually regained his senses. Master Yasmin's truly startled heaven and earth and made DS and ghosts weep. Chapter 28:13, Grandiose Ambitions but Puny Ability. Chapter 28:13, Grandiose Ambitions but puny ability. You're not dead now, but you're also not far from death. After I applied the acupuncture technique, your corrupt blood power has been suppressed to 70%. But the consequence of this kind of suppression is that once it erupts again, you'll die even more horribly. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating to scare people. His acupuncture technique could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Actually, there was no essential difference between it and the suppression method of the extreme medicine sect. The only difference was that it was more brilliant than the extreme medicine sect's method. It sounded like there were no differences, but the heavenly alchemists present were long already inexplicably shocked. More than 90% of the corrupted blood was suppressed to 70%. Ever since the war with the blood race, body in the entire Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, had done this. Furthermore, Qiao Yiping was inflicted with the blood corruption poison previously and later suppressed by the extreme medicine sect with true spirit blood. Now that it had erupted again, it could be said to be fiercer than a tiger. However, he was still saved by Yi Yuan. They thought that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique could only control the spread of the corrupted blood. Who could have thought that it could actually directly suppress it back? At this very moment, many of the heavenly alchemists present actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Many thanks to Master Yi for helping out. By the side, Zhao Chen said gratefully. Yi Yuan said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank first. Whether or not the method to deal with the blood corruption poison can be found, it is still not known. It won't be too late to thank again after truly resolving this disaster." Zhao Chen shook his head and said, "This Zhao is already endlessly grateful that Master Yi is willing to take action. Qiao Yiping, why haven't you thanked Master Yi?" Qiao Yiping hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master Yi, for repaying evil with good and saving this Qiao." That day, among the people who mocked Yi Yuan, there was also Qiao Yiping. Hence, when he saw that it was Yi Yuan who came to the rescue, he immediately felt too ashamed to show his face. Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have accepted it. Turning his head to Zhao Chun, he said, "Go and gather the soldiers who are most severely poisoned by the blood corruption poison here." Yes. At this time, Zhao Chen was long already wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan, immediately receiving the order and leaving. Xiao Shan was also exceedingly shocked by Yi Yuan's strength in his heart, but currently his eyes were flickered indeterminately. He was moved by this heaven-defying acupuncture technique. There were also Dao Chun and many members of the extreme medicine sect who were similarly moved. Very soon, Qiao Yiping was carried away. Another injured person under Zhao Chun was carried in front of Yi Yuan. Put away those stray thoughts. You guys only have a few days. After this storm, I'll impart you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves, Yi Yuan said to Xiao Shan and the others with his back facing them while he applied the needles. The moment these words came out, Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his own ears. Such a heaven-defying acupuncture technique. Yi Yuan handed it over with both hands just like that. This guy wouldn't be deliberately buying time, right? Just as his thoughts were running wild, Yi Yuan continued slowly. In times of crisis, one should abandon the idea of sex in the first place. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed a supreme needle technique. But no matter how strong I alone am, the number of people I can save is limited too. It's better to impart it. Only then can it save even more companions. Hearing these, Xiao Shan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into compared to Yi Yuan. They were too shallow, too narrow-minded. Yeah, if Yi Yuan really had some other thoughts, having suffered so much grievance previously, he would not have come forward at all. But not only did he step forward, he even overturned the tides and saved the Heaven One army. Very soon, stellar power lit up once again. After 5 days and 5 nights of treatment, saving dozens of patients in the most critical conditions, Yi Yuan never took a rest. Some of the heavenly alchemists, watching from the sides, were already drowsy with sleep. When even the person applying the needles did not rest, they were naturally said to rest. Many people secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being a freak. Was he not tired? Acupuncture was a workman's HI plus P ability that required extreme meticulousness. In the human body, even the slightest mistake could result in very serious consequences. Therefore, rest was necessary. But 5 days said. Yi Yuan had not made a single mistake. This sort of thing, even Xiao Shan, this true sovereign heaven, could not do it. Finally, Yi Yuan spat out a mouthful of turbid breath and stood up. Learned it? Yi Yuan looked toward Xiao Shan and asked. Xiao Shan nodded and said confidently, 90%. As long as I familiarize for another few days, the remaining 10% will naturally be learned without extra effort. Yi Yuan looked towards Dao Chun and asked, what about you? Dao Chun said, 70%. Yi Yuan nodded and said, those who feel that they can reach 70% come forward. After speaking, 10 heavenly alchemists stepped forward in a row. These 10 people were all from the extreme medicine sect. The formula and essentials have all already been imparted to you all. Now, you guys apply the needles. However, I'll say the unpleasant things first. Human lives are at stake. How much ability you have, just say how much you have. Don't go beyond your means. Otherwise, you'll be punished by military law. Master Yi, you're also looking down on our extreme medicine sect too much. The extreme medicine sect's disciples, no matter how weak, they can also look down proudly on those in the same rank. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed formidable, but your acupuncture technique isn't difficult. To us, it's sufficient. Dao Chun said BRIMMING with confidence. The disciples of hegemon level sects were absolute elites when looking across all the heavens too. Across the entire 33 heavens, hegemon level sects could be counted too. The pride in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right then, you guys step forward and apply the needles. With regards to Xiao Shan, these few grade 6 heavenly alchemists, Yi Yuan naturally felt assured. But toward grade 5 heavenly alchemists, he was really quite worried. A doctor's benevolence, not being able to treat, was fine. but killing people through treatment would be a big problem. Very soon, Xiao Shan and the others began to apply the needles. Stars illuminated in the camp. Among them, it was Xiao Shan's stellar power that was the strongest. To them, these extreme medicine sect's disciples, the days after the defeat were not easy. Hence, they also urgently needed an opportunity to wash away the shame of the sect. At present, it was clearly a great opportunity. Xiao Shan did his best. His performance was the best. Ace, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his eyesight and learning ability were far from what grade 5 heavenly alchemists could compare to. These 5 days, he had already deduced countless in his mind. In addition, there was the demonstration of Yi Yuan, this master. He was naturally even more confident the moment a grade 6 heavenly alchemist took action. That was naturally extraordinary. Xiao Shan had the intention of showing off too, so as to restore the reputation of the sect. For a time, the other people's sharp edge was overshadowed by him all at once. Even the stellar power that Yi Yuan called down could not compare to him. Master Xiao Shan is well deserving of being the commander of the military doctors, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. In just 5 short days, he could cultivate this technique to such a boundary. Remarkable. Master Dao Chun is also amazing. He's just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. His future prospects are limitless. The extreme medicine sect is the extreme medicine sect. This deep foundation is incomparable. The moment the extreme medicine sect's disciples made their moves, it immediately attracted a burst of exclamations. Not just Xiao Shan, the technique of the other extreme medicine sect's disciples also made people exclaim with admiration. But seeing Xiao Shan applying the needles, Yi Yuan's expression became odd. 90%. Was boasting done like this? Or did the extreme medicine sect's people all have such grandiose ambitions, but puny abilities? Chapter 28:14. Battle of Doctors. Chapter 28:14. Battle of Doctors. In Yi Yuan's eyes, Xiao Shan's current technique was at most considered a pas. 60% this guy actually bragged that he reached 90%. As for the others, only Dao Chun was slightly better, barely reaching 50%. The rest did not even reach 50%. Yi Yuan could not help but have some doubts. Were these guys really from a hegemon level sect? This needle technique was indeed born out of the Xuanji 9 leaves. But simplicity was not simple. Yi Yuan's Xuanji 9 leaves had long already attained sublimity, completely under his control. Pray tell, could the acupuncture technique that he developed really be simple? If it was simple, it would also be impossible to forcibly suppress the berserk blood corruption poison. Xiao Shan's momentum looked very powerful, but he did not comprehend the essence of his acupuncture technique at all, even though he had already repeatedly emphasized it. Yi Yuan could not help sighing. It seemed like he still thought too highly of the disciples of these hegemon level holy land. He was actually like everyone else, blindly trusting these sections. He had already taught by precept and example. The rest could only depend on these people's own comprehensions. But looking at it now, it seemed like it did not go as he wanted, although the current techniques of Xiao Shan and the others were still a little unfamiliar. Even if they become proficient, it would be impossible to truly reach his level 2. Many of those heavenly alchemists were secretly watching Yi Yuan's expression. Seeing Yi Yuan secretly shake his head, these people could not help feeling unhappy. It seemed like Master Yi was a narrow-minded person too, and could not stand to see other people get good. Ugh, pooh! Suddenly, one of the patients started twitching and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly wilting. The people present could not help jumping in fright. It was still fine, just now. What happened? Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he arrived in front of that person like lightning. Scram! He kicked that extreme medicine sect disciple flying with a foot, the divine essence needles in his hand penetrating into the patient's body swiftly. Along with one divine essence needle after another being injected, that person's blood corruption poison was finally forcefully suppressed by Yi Yuan. Except the effect of the treatment was much poorer. Yi Yuan shot that person who was kicked flying by him fiercely and shouted coldly, "Told you guys just now how much ability you have. Just say how much. Don't show off your ability. With your bit of skill, you also dare to come out and apply the needles?" In Yi Yuan's view, as a heavenly alchemist, one could not do anything that they were not confident of, clearly did not have the ability, but wanted to attempt it. This was harming people. This sort of thing, Yi Yuan could not stand it. The person who was kicked flying was called Zhang Xiu, who was also an elite disciple of the extreme medicine sect. Being berated by Yi Yuan, Zhang Xiu said indignantly, "It's my first time applying the needles after all. How can I have absolute confidence? You're clearly holding a grudge against what happened before, and using your position to get even with your personal grudge." The extreme medicine sect's disciples were extremely prideful. If not for the blow due to the incident this time, their arrogance could poke a hole in the sky. In his view, being able to reach this step for the first time was already very impressive. Actually, he was just on the cusp of being able and not being able to do it. But for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's face, he still stepped forward without hesitation. It was just that he did not expect that he still messed it up in the end. When Yi Yuan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "You mean that because it's the first time you're applying the needles, you can treat the brothers' lives as a joke? If he died, he deserves it?" Zhang Xiu's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I didn't say that. You're making slanderous charges. Surnamed Yi, let me tell you, my extreme medicine sect's disciples aren't easy to bully." Xiao Shan had already finished applying the needles, but his brows furrowed together. He knew that he had bragged too hard. Just now, he pledged in all solemnity that he had already comprehended 90%, while he had completed the treatment. The effects of his treatment were much worse than Yi Yuan's. It probably did not even reach half. He was a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. How could he not know the gap in between? Logically speaking, if he had comprehended 80%, the effects should naturally also be 90% of Yi Yuan's. But now it was not even half. He was fully focused just now and did not notice the rest. But now, seeing Yi Yuan getting mad at Zhang Xiu, he figured out the whole story and said with a frown, "Yi Yuan, I'll apologize on behalf of Zhang Xiu for this matter. First time applying the needles, mistakes occurring is inevitable." When Yi Yuan heard it, he was even more enraged and said with a cold smile, "Oh, you want to brush this over casually with a sentence. Previously, when using the true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison, it was like this. Now, when I teach you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves, it's still the same. Are human lives worthless in your eyes? Doctors are not martial artists. One would rather not take action if they don't have the confidence. I clearly said before previously, don't step forward if you don't have the confidence. But you didn't care at all and had to come forward to flaunt your superiority." Disregarding this guy, the others are also all lumps of S, H, I plus T when applying the needles. Actually, it could not be said that Yi Yuan did not have anger in his heart for what happened before. The extreme medicine sect's attitude towards this sort of thing was completely different from him. Changing perspectives, if someone questioned his proposal at that time, he would definitely go and ascertain it. But these people did not take other people's opinions in at all. If say that his words carried little weight at that time, then what about now? He had already proved his strength. They saw it too, but they were still like this. Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction with these people also reached its peak. Therefore, his words were very nasty too. Xiao Shan's eyes could not help turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Zhang Xiu is the extreme medicine sect's disciple after all. What do you want?" These words were using the extreme medicine sect to oppress people. The extreme medicine sect had a pivotal status in the entire Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven, and the Heaven One War. A measly little Yi Yuan was insignificant, like an ant in front of such a colossal giant. Yi Yuan laughed from extreme rage and said, "I said before previously punishment by military law. It looks like you guys treated it like water rolling off a duck's back." Zhang Xiu did not care about these words at all and said disdainfully, "What a joke! How many people have my extreme medicine sect saved in this war? How many great achievements have been made? Now, you actually want to punish me with military law?" Xiao Shan also said in a cold voice, "And, oh, body can touch my extreme medicine sect's people." It became dangerously, explosively inside the tent. Each and every one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples turned their noses up at Yi Yuan. Their haughtiness would not change because of Yi Yuan's monstrous performance. When a conflict happened, their contempt for Yi Yuan was no less. No matter how monstrous, he was also just an ant. In front of the extreme medicine sect, he was nothing. Suddenly, Yi Yuan restrained his imposing aura, turned around and came to the patient's side, and began to administer needles. This person had needles administered by one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples previously. The effects barely managed to suppress the blood corruption poison. Furthermore, it was very unstable. Yi Yuan saved the life of the seemingly hopeless patient again off of his foundation. He did not say a word, retreating these soldiers anew, including Xiao Shan's. When Zhang Xiu saw this scene, he could not help but snicker. He said disdainfully, "I was wondering how impressive great genius Yi was, but it turns out that it's nothing more than this." Chapter 28:15. Winning Sincerity with Sincerity. Chapter 28:15. Winning Sincerity with Sincerity. He still yielded in the end. There's no choice. Who made the extreme medicine sect to be so powerful? In our Heaven One army, only the extreme medicine sect are experts in alchemy. Even if one reaches the hegemon realm, they have to give them face too. Otherwise, this war can't be fought anymore. However, I feel that it's still Master Yi who's sympathetic to us, these common people, a doctor's benevolence. Master Yi is really thinking about us. Think so too, but an arm can't twist a thigh. He can't help it as well. Yi Yuan's rage naturally aroused the strong dislike of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. But those ordinary soldiers felt that it was very intimate. Saint Sovereign Heaven, when placed on the rain-clear continent, was an absolute overlord. But in this entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, they were barely qualified to be cannon fodders. In this war, they were even more so cannon fodder-like existences. To those powerhouses, their lives were completely worthless. Even in the eyes of these top major sect's disciples, their lives were worthless too. If they died, so be it. Being able to contribute to the Heaven One army, that was their honor. This could be felt from Zhang Xiu's words. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things gave them dignity. They were grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts, but facing a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect, they were powerless to do anything too. Very soon, Yi Yuan treated those 10 people. Xiao Shan said, "Yi Yuan, you've indeed rendered 2 great contributions, but compared to my extreme medicine sect, you're still too insignificant. Our extreme medicine sect is supporting the entire Heaven One continent. You understand?" Dao Chen also smiled coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, you have to understand your status. You're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Our extreme medicine sect isn't an existence that you can afford to provoke. These words were rather impolite already. A kind person gets bullied, a kind horse gets ridden. Yi Yuan giving in made Dao Chun and the rest even more proud of themselves. The Heaven One Army's heavenly alchemist system and the extreme medicine sect established their own systems. Other heavenly alchemists did not dare to fight at all. Those heavenly alchemists that were from the extreme medicine sect also regarded themselves as superior to others. Actually, the extreme medicine sect had committed a fatal error in this war. But Body dared to raise it up and punish them to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked toward Dao Chun, and said, "Oh, in this army, one needs to talk about status too. Isn't it military orders can't be disobeyed?" Dao Chun said disdainfully, "In the army, military orders naturally can't be disobeyed. But who the H-E-L-L are you? You're merely a foreigner from a remote continent. You don't even have status. You aren't a member of the army at all. You're actually giving orders here. How laughable. Ha ha, you said punish by military law. And will punish by military law? Do you think that your commander-in-chief Ming-E, a measly little grade 5, heavenly alchemist, giving orders here? Who gave you the authority?" Zhang Xiu said with a loud laugh. "What was called overestimating one's own ability. This is called overestimating one's own ability. In the view of the extreme medicine sect's people, Yi Yuan's posturing action was really laughable. In the heavenly alchemist system, no one dared to posture in front of the extreme medicine sect yet." Zhao Chun was very anxious by the side. With regards to Yi Yuan, he already held him in great esteem. He could feel that Yi Yuan sincerely had the best interests at heart for his brothers. Otherwise, he could have long let the extreme medicine sect's disciples administer the needles. But he did not. Yi Yuan set an example by personally taking part, taking great pains to demonstrate the Xuanji 9 leaves. It was for the sake of letting these extreme medicine sect disciples learn a little faster. Even so, he was still worried and planned on letting these people administer the needles in batches. Reality also proved that Yi Yuan was right. Zhao Chun also could not deny that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar of the Heaven One continent. But they did not have any shown towards ordinary soldiers at all. In fact, many times they were just test subjects. Now, seeing the extreme medicine sect's disciples target Yi Yuan together, he could not look on anymore and spoke up, "Master, Yi saved our lives. He's our brother, and naturally a part of the army." "Right. Master, Yi saved Heaven One continent and saved all of our lives. Now, he's helping us suppress the blood corruption poison. He's our brother." What Centurion Zhao said is right. He's our brother. The moment Zhao Chun opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred. Sincerity was often won with sincerity in the army. If you were good to him, he would know. Furthermore, the feelings between fellow officers tend to be even more sincere. These few days, Yi Yuan administered the needles day and night without sleeping or resting. In the hearts of these ordinary soldiers, they had long already treated Yi Yuan as a brother. There were probably hundreds of soldiers present. When they spoke up simultaneously, it directly pushed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to the corner of the wall, including Xiao Shan. Each and every one of their faces was awkward to the extreme. This face was slapped resoundingly. "Zhao Chun, are you rebelling?" Dao Chun shouted angrily. Zhang Xiu also questioned, "Yi Yuan saved your lives, but didn't my extreme medicine sect save your lives?" Zhao Chun said, "The extreme medicine sect has naturally saved our lives before, but you didn't. Not only didn't you guys save us before, you nearly caused the Northern Front Army to completely collapse. Zhao Chen's one sentence directly cornered the extreme medicine sect again. They were unable to refute. It was because this was a fact. Dao Chen laughed from extreme fury and said, "Ho, Zhao Chen grew capable, huh? Have you forgotten how you sucked up to us back then? Have you forgotten how you reproved Yi Yuan?" Zhao Chen said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "What you said is right. Back then, we believed in the extreme medicine sect too much, resulting in today's disastrous consequences. The initially over 300 men under me are only left with 100 men now. Among these 100 men, there are even 70% who are afflicted with blood corruption poison. If not for Master Yi, it would have been impossible for the 100 of us to return. Even if we returned, at most 20 to 30 of these 100 people can remain." The moment these words came out, the ordinary soldiers nodded one after another. Zhao Chen's current mood. They felt the same way too. For some centurions, the men under them were pretty much all dead, but the expressions of Dao Chun and the rest became ugly to the extreme. One should not hit the face when hitting people, but this face was really slapped resoundingly now. No one had ever dared to slap the extreme medicine sect's face like this before. Did these guys all eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Xiao Shan's face darkened, and he said, "Come, men. Zhao Chun is misleading people with rumors, slandering the extreme medicine sect. Take Zhao Chun down for me and punish by military law." Immediately, 2 attendant soldiers beside him stepped out of the ranks and immediately escorted Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun was clearly long prepared and did not resist. He was not a fool. Xiao Shan was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse, a commander of the Northern Front Army. When he came forward at this time and spoke up for Yi Yuan, he would definitely be retaliated against. But he felt that he should come forward at this time. Just as the attendant soldier was going to drag Zhao Chen away, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Stop." Xiao Shan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You're not a member of the army. Could it be that you still want to interfere in our army's affairs?" Yi Yuan was indifferent and flashed a plaque, saying coolly, "What did you say just now? Say it again." Chapter 28:16. Drag outside, kill. Chapter 28:16. Drag outside, kill. Seeing the token that Yi Yuan flashed, Xiao Shan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. "Great Commander token. How? How do you have this?" Xiao Shan said in shock. Although Xiao Shan was questioning it, the Yi word engraved on the token, as well as the unique aura emitting from the token, could not be faked. Regarding the Northern Front Army, not counting Emperor-level powerhouses, the highest commander was Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief. And below him were the 5 grand completion true sovereign heaven great commanders below great commanders. True sovereign heaven powerhouses were all commander level. Each person had a corresponding token. Now, Yi Yuan actually took out a great commander token. The shock in Xiao Shan's heart could be imagined. There were only 5 of these tokens. Furthermore, their holders were all grand completion true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Where did Yi Yuan get it? Emperor Dan Fei conferred the Great Commander token and let me lead the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Commander Xiao, I wonder if this Yi has the authority to meddle in this army's affairs? Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Shan and said it word by word. Everyone present was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan's pupils constricted, having a look of astonishment in his eyes. This great commander token was actually personally bestowed by Emperor Dan Fei. Emperor Dan Fei was the supreme commander of the northern battlefront in the truest sense. Normally, his movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The Saint Sovereign Heaven Army's battles were actually on the outer periphery too. The true core regions were the great battles of these emperor-level powerhouses. That level of fight could be said to startle heaven and shock the earth. Logically speaking, Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi himself already had the qualifications to confer Great Commander, but the Heavenly Alchemist Division did not have a Great Commander. It had always been Xiao Shan in charge of it. Xiao Shan's strength was lacking, and he could not be a Great Commander either. But who could have thought that Emperor Dan Fei actually personally intervened in the affairs of the army and bestowed the Great Commander token upon Yi Yuan? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan directly became his Xiao Shan's superior? This sort of thing was too comical. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually became the immediate superior of him. A grade 6 heavenly alchemist, but something that Emperor Dan Fei personally concerned himself with. Who could refute it? The likes of Xiao Shan and Dao Chun had always been calling Yi Yuan Zident. One tie into question before. Now, it was good. Not only did Yi Yuan become a member of the army, but he also even became the Great Commander of the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Could he not meddle? He could meddle too well. The Heavenly Alchemist Division's Great Commander was just nice in charge of all the Heavenly Alchemists present, including Xiao Shan. It was unbelievably appropriate. Actually, Xiao Shan's arrest of Zhao Chun was somewhat unjustifiable. After all, Zhao Chun was not his direct subordinate, but the extreme medicine sect's disciples were used to normally being domineering. Coupled with Xiao Shan's status as commander, he was the Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander in practice. Even Zhao Chen's superiors would not intercede for him too. But now, things were different. If Commander Xiao has any doubts, you can go and ask Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi. Yi Yuan said coolly. No need. This token can't be faked. Xiao Shan said in a solemn voice. He had never felt so aggrieved before. As one of the extreme medicine sect's grade 6 heavenly alchemists, his status in the army was extremely respected. Even true sovereign heaven powerhouses had to beg him for help too. But now he was actually being suppressed by a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How could he not be gloomy? Yi Yuan naturally did not care about Xiao Shan's attitude. He said lightly, "Then can this great commander meddle in the army's affairs?" "You can," Xiao Shan said in fled voice. But these words were like a clap of thunder when they landed in Zhang Xiu's ears, instantly stunning him. What was the meaning of this? Not caring about him anymore? That Yi Yuan was summing a new official post. He would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since I can meddle, then this great commander will say a few more words here. In this army, the brothers with sects and factions are probably not in the minority. The hegemon level sects in this Heaven One continent are also not just your extreme medicine sect alone. The extreme medicine sect has indeed rendered great contributions in resisting the blood race. But which of the brothers fighting on the battlefield doesn't have credit? The other hegemon level sects have no credit? Or is it that the saint sovereign heavens that came from hegemon level sects have a higher status than those small sects? If that's the case, our side has already established factions. How will this war still be fought? After entering the army, everyone is a fellow officer brother. Heavenly alchemists are a member of the army too. Everyone has parents and were raised by them. Who's more valuable than others? You're a saint sovereign heaven, but isn't he also a saint sovereign heaven? If you have the ability, try breaking through to true sovereign heaven. With the army being defeated this time, the extreme medicine sect can't absolve yourselves from the blame. And Body is investigating you guys precisely because the extreme medicine sect has made great contributions. But committing mistakes is committing mistakes. We can't talk about it, said a few words about you, and he has to get punished by military law. Xiao Shan, Then how will you be dealt with for Reb? You, Ting me, this great commander? Dao Chun, you're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How should you be dealt with for talking back to me, this great commander? Xiao Shan's face turned black, and he was immediately choked until he could not speak. You're freaking sneak attacking me. Clearly had the great commander token long ago, but you didn't take it out. As for Dao Chun, his face even became ashen. Actually, it was really not that Yi Yuan ambushed him. After coming out from Dan Fei there, Ming Yi still had important military affairs to discuss, so he stayed behind and casually instructed his subordinates to bring Yi Yuan to diagnose and treat the soldiers. Yi Yuan was not someone who showed off either. He naturally would not take out his great commander token, if not for the extreme medicine sect pressing people too far. He really would not care for taking out the great commander token. Already crushed you in alchemy Dao. What did I still need some great commander token for? Let him go. Yi Yuan said to the 2 attendant soldiers coldly. The 2 attendant soldiers were at a loss on what to do and looked toward Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan waved his hand, indicating for them to let go. Only then did they behave like they were granted amnesty. It was so uncomfortable to be caught between great commander and commander. When Zhao Chun was released, his 2 eyes were emitting light. He also did not expect that Master Yi actually performed an unexpected reversal, slapping the extreme medicine sect's disciples' faces resoundingly. In reality, after returning from the big defeat this time, they really felt aggrieved to the extreme. It was clearly a man-made disaster, but they could not say it out loud. The extreme medicine sect's prestige in their hearts fell to rock bottom all at once. Now, Yi Yuan saying it out in front of everyone, they felt much more liberated. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, "Zhao Chun, take Zhang Xiu down for me." Zhao Chen's entire body trembled, immediately stepping forward and arresting Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu yelled, "Martial Uncle Xiao Shan, save me." Xiao Shan had a sullen face as he said in a cold voice, "Great commander, do you really have to do this? My extreme medicine sect's face isn't easy to slap. You've just arrived and might not know it yet. Among the Emperor vast heaven powerhouses that came this time, there's also my extreme medicine sect's ancestor." The Emperor vast heaven powerhouses were naturally not just Dan Fei alone. It was just that he was the strongest. However, Yi Yuan did not buy it and just said coolly, "Military orders can't be disobeyed. Today, if I don't kill people, you guys won't know the preciousness of human life. Our comrades aren't for people to use as experiments. Zhao Chun, haul him out and kill him." Chapter 2817. Resolving a big issue with little effort. Chapter 2817. Resolving a big issue with little effort. Zhang Xiu died. The entire army was in shock. And, Body expected that an extreme medicine sect's top disciple was sentenced to death just like this. Unexpectedly, but also within reason, the applause was continuous. The big defeat was not to be blamed on the fight. The loss was too pathetic. It was clearly the extreme medicine sect who caused the defeat, but in the end, they could not do anything to them. The Heaven One army needed a relief outlet, and Zhang Xiu played this role very honorably. Extreme medicine sect's disciples finally got their retribution. Feels amazing. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, could actually become a great commander. Feel that he is intentionally helping us to vent this frustration. Haha, what a coincidence. I think so too. With so many of our brothers dead, what right do they have to be completely fine? Extreme medicine sect's disciples normally had aloof airs like they are standing high above the SES. Your father has found them displeasing to the eye for a long time. It was true that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar that propped up the sky. But this also developed the domineering personalities of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. Even if they were similarly Saint Sovereign Heavens, they were also aloof from the SES. In their eyes, ordinary soldiers were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them at all. Therefore, the people in the army who were unhappy with them were not in the minority. It was just that they dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. After all, when they get injured, they still needed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to treat them. Sentencing Zhang Xiu to death, Xiao Shan flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone knew that an even higher level contest would start soon. At the Northern Front battle this time, the extreme medicine sect sent an ancestor over too. Killing the extreme medicine sect's people was equivalent to slapping their faces. How could they be willing to drop the matter? The wrath of an emperor-level powerhouse was not what a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven could bear. In the eyes of emperor-level powerhouses, Yi Yuan, this great commander, had no weight at all. The extreme medicine sect's disciples were even sneering in their hearts. Do you think that by becoming a great commander, you can use a made-up directive to order people around and disregard my extreme medicine sect? Laughable. Great commander, just you wait to receive ancestors' wrath. When he heard the news of Zhang Xiu being sentenced to death, Ming Yi was currently discussing military affairs with Emperor Dan Fei. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "This boy, is he crazy? It's just been a few days, and he caused such a major problem. When Emperor Zhuochen finds out about this news, he'll definitely be beyond furious. Lord Emperor, please hurry up and rescind your order. Otherwise, if it causes unhappiness between emperors, that will be a big problem." But Dan Fei's reaction was not as intense as Ming Yi's. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. He reached his hand out and pressed down. Gesturing to Ming Yi, he said smilingly, "Just a small matter." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Emperor, this isn't a small matter." But Dan Fei said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you feel that Yi Yuan did something wrong with regards to this matter?" Ming Yi said without the slightest hesitation, "Of course he's wrong. The extreme medicine sect is a pillar that props up the sky. How can one of them be killed lightly? Moreover, there's even ancestor Zhuochen standing behind them. Originally, letting him be the great commander, Xiao Shan would definitely be unconvinced. Now, doesn't it leave behind even more of a handle for gossip?" But Dan Fei smiled meaningfully and said, "Ming Yi, you are not seeing it as deeply as Yi Yuan." Ming Yi was startled and hurriedly said, "Lord Emperor, please clarify." He knew that he might have overlooked some aspects. Dan Fei smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not only will this matter not incur Zhuochen's displeasure, he'll be grateful to Yi Yuan instead. Yi Yuan, this great commander, has also thoroughly established his position firmly through this matter. Additionally, he'll even get the whole army's love and respect, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hulu, I really didn't expect that in just a few days, this boy would give the seat a huge surprise." Dan Fei stroked his beard and smiled, clearly extremely satisfied with Yi Yuan. Ming Yi was dazed after listening, not knowing what it meant at all. When Dan Fei saw that he still did not understand, he could not resist shaking his head and sighing. Ming Yi was startled in his heart. Is Lord Emperor dissatisfied with me? The defeat of this great battle was entirely caused by the failure of the extreme medicine sect's true spirit method of suppression. After returning, it seemed like everyone had forgotten about this. Why is that? Because no one dares to mention this. How can a colossal giant like the extreme medicine sect be what a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven army can shake? But if the soldiers don't say, Does that mean that they really had no resentment in their hearts? Of course they do. The big defeat this time nearly caused extremely serious consequences, and it was entirely caused by the extreme medicine sect. The crux is that before the great battle, Yi Yuan even warned the extreme medicine sect's disciples that there was a problem with this suppression method. The resentment in the soldiers' hearts is likely already rising to the sky. And just nice at this time, Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. What do you think those soldiers will think? Dan Fei explained skillfully and patiently. Ming Yi was dumbfounded from listening. But Emperor Zuochun there. Zuochun, this old fellow, he understands it in his heart. Not only does he understand, but he's also actually very anxious in his heart too. Emperor realm powerhouses can naturally disregard the thoughts of Saint Sovereign Heavens. But the failure this time was also a tremendous blow to the extreme medicine sect. It even affected their status in the Heaven One Alliance. At this time, it's particularly important whether or not the soldiers are submitting wholeheartedly. Over at the Southern Front, there hasn't been too much war recently. There's still a chance to remedy it, but the Northern Front here has already suffered a big defeat. So how can the reputation of the extreme medicine sect be restored? Zhang Xiu was just a minor character of little importance. His death won't affect much, but it gave the soldiers a great relief outlet. The soldiers understand in their hearts that they can't do anything to the extreme medicine sect, but they can imagine Zhang Xiu as the extreme medicine sect and blame things on him bitterly. Following this incident, the extreme medicine sect's disciples will be doing their best to treat the injured in the future, and even eradicating the blood corruption poison under Yi Yuan's lead. Not only will the extreme medicine sect's reputation not suffer damage, but it might also make their prestige like the noonday sun instead. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, he's also just one person. It still needs the extreme medicine sect's disciples to really save people. Isn't that so? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist's death can minimize the negative impact of this defeat. Do you think Zuochun, that old fellow, should be grateful to Yi Yuan or not? Not only will he not do anything to Yi Yuan, but he'll also even recognize Yi Yuan's status as a great commander. Yi Yuan's position of great commander can be considered to be secured. Talking until here, Dan Fei was even more pleased with himself, as if this was his own masterpiece. He also indeed had his breath taken away in wonder by Yi Yuan's ingenious brushwork. This move was even more amazing than him executing Xuanji 9 leaves. It was completely resolving a big issue with little effort. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was long already dumbfounded from listening. He completely did not expect that the death of a measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually implicated such a complicated situation. A puny little Yi Yuan could actually see the overall situation so penetratingly. This was impossible. Lord Emperor, his luck is also too good, right? Mingyi shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Luck," Dan Fei continued and said, "This isn't luck." This boy saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, seeing the world clearly, and has exceedingly high comprehension ability. He's definitely a world-shattering talent. This matter looks like a dispute caused by personal feelings, but in reality, it's a situation that resulted from him advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Each step seemed to be extremely coincidental, but when so many coincidences come together, it's no longer a coincidence. Chapter 28:18, Great Work. Chapter 28:18, Great Work. Ancestor, Yi Yuan, this boy is bullying people too far. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually dares to assume the majesty of the tiger and kill our extreme medicine sect's disciple. If this matter is dropped just like this, how will our extreme medicine sect still have face to continue stay in the Heaven One Alliance? In front of Emperor Zhuchun, Xiao Shan could not stop his anger. How venerated was the extreme medicine sect, and how blee were their disciples. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually rode on top of their heads. If this could be endured, what else could not be? But no matter how enraged Xiao Shan was, Zhuchun seemed to be very calm. Just this. I got it, Zhuchun said coolly. Xiao Shan was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? Ancestor, then Yi Yuan, restrain our disciples properly. They all have to obey Yi Yuan's orders. This is the army. He's the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. No matter which sect you're from, you have to obey his orders. Zhuchun still said calmly. Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his ears. Did he hear wrongly? Ancestor Zhuchun was the extreme medicine sect's Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. He actually wanted his own sect's people to obey the orders of a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How can this be? Could it be that our extreme medicine sect's disciple died in vain, just like this? Xiao Shan said unwillingly. Zhuchun said, how is it in vain? Zhang Xiu's death was honorable. It's a worthy death. Transmit orders to the 3 armies. Zhang Xiu treated others with contempt, went against his superior, and acted with utter disregard for human life. He should be punished for his crime. Yi Yuan has rendered amazing merit, his alchemy path talent being outstanding. This seat is going to take him in as a personal disciple. The day when the Northern Front's war is brought to successful completion, this seat will officially take him in as a disciple. Xiao Shan was completely dumbfounded. His brain seemed to be unable to think anymore. Emperor Zhuchun's words shocked him into a daze. Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. Ancestor did not stand up for him. He even said, well killed. No, this is not the main point. Personal disciple. Emperor Zhuchun is actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. This is too outrageous. Emperor Zhuchun was an Emperor Vast Heaven ancestor. He actually personally came forward to take a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a personal disciple. This sort of thing was simply even more shocking than the sun rising from the west. Are all these emperor powerhouses mad? Yi Yuan became his martial uncle with a sway of his body? That was too preposterous. You, kin from the countryside, actually became his little martial uncle. Xiao Shan suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. He did not know how he left. His entire head was dizzy. Zhuchun, this level of powerhouse, was simply disdainful to explain anything to Xiao Shan. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Ming Yi's strength was up to par. With half a foot stepped into the door of Emperor Realm. That was why he would be treated differently by Dan Fei. As for him, Xiao Shan, he was not qualified enough yet. Everything that happened today was too fantastical and too unthinkable. First was Emperor Dan Fei personally admitting that Yi Yuan was the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. Following that, the extreme medicine sect's ancestor, Emperor Zhuchun, was actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. 2 top emperors actually showed favor to a measly little Saint Exalt Heaven at the same time. The position of great commander was already extremely respected to begin with. Now, Yi Yuan became Emperor Zhuchun's disciple. This was even more terrifying. Disregarding other things just based on seniority, Yi Yuan's seniority could scare people to death. One had to know, in the extreme medicine sect, even if Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses saw Zhuchun, they had to call martial uncle respectfully too. Zhuchun's strength was also an extreme existence among all the Emperor Vast Heavens. His status in the extreme medicine sect was very high too. Dee knew how many people wanted to become his disciple but could not. Among them even included some Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses. Unsurprisingly, the entire Northern Front army was stunned again concerning Emperor Zhuochun taking Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. This matter was too sensational. In the entire army camp, there were discussions everywhere. Crazy. It's really crazy. I even thought that Emperor Zhuochun was going to fly into a great rage this time and even get into a tussle with Emperor Dan Fei, who knew that not only did he's actually going to take Yi Yuan in as his personal disciple. What a miraculous play. Great commander, Yi Yuan killed the extreme medicine sect's disciple. Not only did the extreme medicine sect's ancestor not blame him, but also he's going to take him in as a disciple instead. Looks like the extreme medicine sect isn't all arrogant and domineering people either. The big shots above all have sharp eyes. Great commander, Yi Yuan is our benefactor. We also feel honored that he can soar to the sky in one leap. Beyond the shock, many people were happy for Yi Yuan. The sensational effect of this incident swept away the haze of the defeat previously. The love for the house extended to even the crows perching on the roof. Many soldiers' dislike toward the extreme medicine sect also reduced to the minimum. When Emperor Dan Fei heard this news, he could not help being stunned, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Old Punk Zhuochun is indeed as shrewd as ever. This move of plussing the boat along the current is used really brilliantly to the max." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Who could have thought that a measly little saint sovereign heaven became the Northern Front Army's popular figure all of a sudden? When I see this boy, I'll even have to call Marshal Uncle. How will I still be the commander-in-chief?" Dan Fei also laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Interesting. Zhuochun, this old thing, has never followed a set pattern. It's what this seed admires the most. However, the move this time really surprised me. But then again, Yi Yuan is indeed a good seedling that's hard to come across. It's just that pity that he's a divergent cultivator. The words carried endless regret. How could he not know that Yi Yuan was a good seedling? But the fates of divergent cultivators were not up to them. Since time immemorial, how many divergent cultivators had there been? Those able to cultivate the emperor realm were like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin, very rare. Those who could cultivate to emperor vast heaven could be counted on one's fingers. What did failing to attain it mean? Death, dead under Tao tribulation. Either succeed or die trying. When Yi Yuan himself heard this news, he also had a struck, senseless look. He had never even seen before Emperor Zhuochun, and the other party was actually going to take him in as a personal disciple. But after thinking about it, he understood Zhuochun's thoughts. This move held extraordinary significance. Indeed, these big shots operated from a strategically advantageous position. None of them were simple. He used a weaker force to deal with a greater force, and the other party took advantage of a favorable trend. He was going to become someone else's disciple, and, Body came to ask about his thoughts. Maybe he would refuse. All right, actually, Yi Yuan himself was also quite moved. No matter what, the extreme medicine sect was the strongest alchemy path sect in Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, not one of. Being able to become the extreme medicine sect's disciple, no one could refuse it. Moreover, his master was even an emperor vast heaven realm grade 8 heavenly alchemist. With regards to Xiao Shan and the rest, Yi Yuan looked down on them. Yi Yuan had high regard of himself, but he was not ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In front of a grade 8 heavenly alchemist, he was merely an ant. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also knew that the likes of Xiao Shan were not the top CLAs in the extreme medicine sect. The true elites were all at the southern front. The northern front's war was too sudden. The real elite disciples were unable to be transferred over for a while. One had to know, back then, Apil Alliance's holy son, Song Yongning, practically forced him into a desperate situation. And he was merely a disciple taught by the extreme medicine sect's abandoned child, Li Changsheng. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, the extreme medicine sect's strength was clear at a glance. Therefore, becoming a grade 8 heavenly alchemist disciple, Yi Yuan was actually not resistant to it. The urgent matter on hand was not acknowledging him as a master, but to truly resolve the danger of the blood corruption. Chapter 28:19, Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Chapter 28:19, Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Sure enough, the following events went much smoother. The extreme medicine sect's disciples became incomparably respectful and submissive in front of Yi Yuan. No one dared to contradict Yi Yuan anymore. The word of Yi Yuan, this great commander, also truly carried the weight of 9 tripods. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, Xuanji 9 leaves, and the rest grasped the blood corruption poison very soon, and officially started to take over the suppression of the blood corruption poison. Although the effects of their treatment were far inferior to Yi Yuan's, it would barely suffice. Yi Yuan treated the most difficult group of people. The remaining risk became much smaller too. However, the extreme medicine sect's disciples also strictly abided by the rule that Yi Yuan set. Without full confidence, they were not to administer acupuncture on the soldiers arbitrarily. At present, there was naturally no one who dared to retort anymore. Within the Great Hall, more than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses were all using strange gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you sure that you want to do this? You have to know, once the Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses really make a move, you'll definitely die without a doubt. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, they won't make a move. To the Blood Race, the most pressing matter on hand isn't to slaughter the human race, but to guard the spatial passageway. No matter whether it is Emperor Realm powerhouses or the army below Emperor Realm, their numbers can't match ours. Under this kind of circumstance, the risk of making a move against me is too great. If you all take the opportunity to go sneak attack the spatial passageway, they will lose more than they gain. Of course, if they really dare to send people to deal with me, Lord Emperors can turn the ruse real and go sneak attack the spatial passageway. The Blood Race has 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses at present. Even if they send the weakest one to come and deal with us, your odds of winning will most likely increase significantly too. Emperor Dan Fei's gaze was gleaming as he said, this way, you'll face certain death. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, putting aside that there's an extremely low chance of such a thing happening, even if it really happened, the other brothers are willing to die for Heaven One. So why won't I, Yi Yuan, willingly die too? These few days, Yi Yuan heard too many heartwarming stories when treating those wounded people. Although the absolute heaven barrier barely managed to stop the Blood Race, everyone understood that the absolute heaven barrier would ultimately be breached one day. The more it was at this kind of life and death juncture, the more touching stories would emerge, such as a chilly arch called Shun Xiang. His family of close to 100 people all died in service. At that time, Shun Xiang was still young, only greater sublime, heavenly stratum. He watched his father's generation and forefathers die on the battlefield with his own eyes. The feeling of powerlessness permeated everywhere. Heaven One Alliance originally planned to let Shun Xiang stay in the rear in order to present the Shun family's only bloodline, but after his strength reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, he joined the Heaven One army without hesitation and became a warrior. This time, He was inflicted with blood corruption poison too, and dying due to heavy injuries. But he did not have any regrets on his face. He proudly said that he killed 10 bloodkins. One should not look at how it was only a mere 10 people. This was an amazing record. The blood race was too difficult to kill. Another example was the great Hegemon level Holy Land's Mirror Moon sect. They had a Peerless Heavens Chosen, S.H.I. plus Choyang, who once appeared before. This Heavens Chosen could be said to be invincible in the same rank. One had to know being known as invincible at the same level across the entire grand bright jade complete heaven. This plane, how gloriously resplendent he was. But then he led a squad of more than 100 people and was in charge of covering a wound unit to evacuate, who knew that they actually walked into the ambush of the blood race. There were 3,000 people in this division of bloodkin. Furthermore, it was an elite team of bloodkin. Each of them was extremely powerful. Furthermore, there were even true sovereign heaven powerhouses in the team. In order to cover the wound to evacuate, S.H.I. plus Choyang led this squad of 100 men to fight to the death. In the end, this squad of 100 people, they were all killed, but S.H.I. plus Choyang fought 3 great true sovereign heavens by himself, killing 2 of them. This division of blood race army suffered casualties of more than half. To the Heaven One Alliance, this was practically something impossible to accomplish. He fought 3 great true sovereign heavens alone. Did he not have the strength to escape? He did not. In other words, the significance of his survival was more important than this squad of 100 people and all the wounded. This was a super genius reputed to have the potential of reaching the Hegemon realm. But he did not. One after another, this kind of stories, they were far too many. Even if Yi Yuan had experienced too much, he also involuntarily shed tears at times. He was an outsider, but he was also a member of Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, a member of the human race. Under such desperate situations, he needed to contribute. Yi Yuan was a peerless heavens chosen, but he had never regarded himself as head and shoulders above others. Other people could contribute. He could too. In reality, he had always done so too. At this time, an Emperor Realm powerhouse ridiculed him. Brat, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens? Let me tell you, the young powerhouses in the blood race are even stronger than the Heaven One Alliance. According to what I know, 3 among the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons came in their army this time, Yan Meng, Wu Shang, and Yuan Zheng. Just based on the 5 of you, you're going to challenge the blood race? Then can we, these Emperor Realms, sleep in peace in the future? This was an Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse called Wei Liang, but he was from the extreme medicine sect. With regards to Zhuo Chen taking Yi Yuan in as a disciple, he was very unhappy about it. The most important thing was that Zhang Xiu, who was sentenced to death by Yi Yuan, was his grand disciple. Originally, he was prepared to deal with Yi Yuan, who knew that Zhuo Chen actually interfered flagrantly. Helpless, he could only cease all activities. Now, he was even more annoyed by Yi Yuan's arrogant behavior. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ming Yi explained. In the blood race, each realm will have a ranking. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons is the strongest 100 people in the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heavens. Each of them is a peerless heavens chosen. Their bloodline power is extremely strong, and they are virtually invincible at the same rank. Compared to our alliance's top geniuses, they are a level stronger. Of course, this kind of might was established on the foundation that they were able to revive. This was also the blood race's greatest advantage. In the same rank, even if the human had equal strength to a bloodkin. But one party was not afraid to die. He could even revive after you killed him. How to fight then? Of course, this also showed how strong the Saint's sovereign hundred sun's strength was. Yi Yuan became clear. Smiling at Wei Liang, he said, "Firstly, I'm not called brat. According to seniority, you should call me as your junior apprentice brother. Secondly, whatever Saint's sovereign hundred sons, merely clay chickens and pottery dogs. I've really never been afraid of anyone in Saint's sovereign heaven." Wei Liang's face turned black. Yi Yuan's words reb. Ted him until he choked. A Saint's sovereign heaven was actually calling him brother. Yet, he could not do anything about it. Ho-hoo, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Since that's the case, don't blame this seat for not warning you when you die. Wei Liang said with a cold laugh. Several days later, above the sea, 5 figures descended from the sky in front of the Blood Race army. Yang Qing brandished a long spear in his hand, riding on Shao Qing, and was incredibly domineering. "Hoi, Blood Race is trash. Your grandpa Yang is here. Why haven't you come out to die? Your father, Yang Qing, is unmatched among Saint's sovereign heavens. Who has the B-A-L-L-S to dare come out and have a fight with your grandpa Yang?" Yang Qing shouted loudly. That feeling of invincibility was back.